Ba-ba-da-ba, hello! Hey, hi. I hope everyone is going to have, or is having, a wonderful Wednesday. We're actually live on Wednesday this time. I did it right. I'm following the schedule. I've had hiccup after hiccup after hiccup over the past couple of weeks, and now I think finally I can properly adhere to my schedule again. So here we are. Welcome to Wednesday, middle of the week. Surprisingly enough, it's actually been pretty warm this week, so I've had a relatively good week. A little more restful than normal, but still good. Gone outside, which is something that I don't usually do when it's cold, and now that it's a bit warmer, it's nice. Still a bit cold because it is February, but hey, weather can't always be a winner. So anyway, today I thought I would return to some good old tower defense nonsense. We 100%ed, well, not 100%ed because I didn't do any of the mini games or anything, but we did the entire adventure mode of Plants vs. Zombies last time I played a tower defense game, and that was a whole bunch of fun. So I wanted to play another tower defense that I play way too much. And that's a Bloons Tower Defense 6, or sorry, Bloons TD6, because tower defense is copyrighted. I know. I don't have any real goals for how far we're gonna get today, so it'll probably just be enjoying popping balloons, enjoying placing monkeys, doing a couple strategies that I've learned. I'm not a hotkey specialist, so don't expect any of that. But hey, it's balloons, so I think we'll have fun with it. I have reset the game because my original game save is chock full of less than legal stuff. So I wanted to start anew, and I think that's a good way to go about things. So with that being said, I am going to boot the game up. We're going to swap screens, and we're going to have a good old time returning to Monke because they are Monke. So let's go. Alrighty, here we are. Let's see if it boots up first try. I mean, it sounds like it did. Hey, there we go. Oh no, my user ID. Oh well. But yeah, this is a fresh game save. So everything that I haven't done in a couple of years, I have to do all over again. But I've done resets of games before, so I'm not new to this whole thing. Anyway, no balloons. The balloons have taken over your town. Stop them from getting through. Yeah, like I said though, I'm not really a hotkey specialist, so you won't see me quick placing stuff. But I will be using a couple strategies once I unlock them. I will say, before we get too far into Bloons Tower Defense, or sorry, Bloons TD, is the popping sound that the balloons make is either the most or least satisfying thing. It depends on who you are. Some people love this sound. Some people hate this sound. Personally, I'm kind of on the hate side, to be completely honest. It is a bit grating. But when you start like building up a huge defense, it's not as bad as it could be. Need some help. Oh, Quincy, the monkey hero upgrade. Funny story about Quincy. I'm gonna turn his voice off the moment I get. Funny story about Quincy. He's probably my least used hero. I know he's extremely effective, and he does a crap ton of damage if you set him up properly, but I just barely, I don't use him all that often. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
What next?
Yeah, I also just like his voice lines a lot. One thing that's gonna throw me off a lot is, in my normal save, I have pretty much all of the fully upgraded towers. Let's start with the glue gunner, get him upgraded quick. So it's going to be weird going through and not having my tier 5s for a while. Tier 5s are incredibly strong. So, a lot of my strategies, too, are kind of based around tier 5s. However, the way that we're playing right now, obviously, is base game. So, we have to make do. I'm sure it'll be fine. Why are you not placing? Oh, great hitbox. Let's go with... Yeah, let's just keep going with this tree. Why not? Oh, I can upgrade a different one. Usually the 025 is the best one, so... I mean, none of this is going to be permanent because we're going to be going into an actual map soon. But it's the spam that counts. I wanted to play BLOONS Tower Defense 6 for a few reasons. One is I occasionally hop into this game anyway and just do the daily challenge because it's fun to, you know, build up strategies and see how much DPS you can output. This is a DPS game, let's be completely honest. That and me and one of my best friends are pretty habitual BTD players. It's just kind of a nice casual game to hang out and shoot the shit over, you know? Though it can be seen as more of a quote-unquote kids game, but really what counts as a kids game and what doesn't. I mean, there's some serious people who play this stuff too. I'm already level 2. Oh yeah. Oh no, I'm named player. Man, what a shame. And Steeways. Unlock at level 20? What even is that? Okay, whatever. But yeah. Oh, they changed this screen. I don't remember this screen being like... It's been a month or so, maybe 2 months, since I really probably sat down and played BTD6 for any reason. But I don't remember this screen being here. Huh. They redid it. Neat. If you're wondering what heroes I tend to use a lot, it would probably be... You know, the general answer would probably be Oben, but I don't use Oben. It's mainly... Honestly, it's mainly Etienne and... Who else? No, really just Etienne. Yeah. I like the camo detection. Okay. I want to unlock Dark Castle, so we're gonna try to get to that. Let's start off with Monkey Meadow, just to keep things sane.
Just give me a target.
Oh right, I need to change that setting. Hold on. Game hints pet sounds? I don't need either of these. Disable nudge mode. Hang on. Language hotkeys, greater support. Oh, they have Twitch integrations. Huh. Anyway. I definitely want to disable the voice lines, so pardon me while I figure that out. Not because I hate the voice lines, but because they can get very, very obnoxious. Is it pet sounds? It might be pet sounds. Let's see. If Quincy keeps piping up, I'm gonna shut him up, so...
Just give me a
Oh,
target.
God, okay. It was not that. I don't need game hints. I'll look it up in a second. But anyway... For one, I haven't played this game in roughly a month, and for two, I haven't started from scratch. So I'm interested to see what kind of progression I get up to. Oh, it's not... Yeah, auto start needs to be on. There we go. Yeah. If you know how to play this game, though, it goes from, oh god, what do I do? Oh god, how do I keep an eye on everything, to probably the most idle game in the universe. What was I gonna do? Right, look up how to turn off his voice. Pardon me, using phone. Oh boy, leveled up. Attack shooter because attack shooter's overpowered. Boop. Boop. Okay. Just double checking. Oh, did they disable hero audio? No, there's no way.
All right.
It used to be a setting, but I don't see it. That's strange. Huh. That's pop sounds, that's normal game sounds. Did they really get rid of it? Oh. That's what Twitch integration is. Okay. Oh well. I'm not a partner nor am I affiliate, so that is not for me. But like I've said before, I'm not really plussed on the whole affiliate or partner thing. It would certainly be nice to get affiliate, because what do people say about affiliate? It improves both your reach and allows you to like better interact with chat and other things. And you know, that would be nice. But I'm somewhat impartial to pushing heavily for growth. Again, not that I wouldn't like to see it. I'm sure everyone loves to see their channel grow. But I'm not in any rush. I'm just here to have a good time. And BTD6 is a good game to have a good time with, so it's a vibe. The glue gunner's noise reminds me of too many disgusting things.
Yes.
I haven't upgraded any of my towers yet. They're just kind of sitting there. Fancy that. Oh, I got an upgrade. Boop. Rule of thumb when starting off, it seems, is to just plant down every tower, because even if they don't get direct hits from stuff, they still gain passive XP a little bit. Yeah, you can... Oh my god. I'm already desensitized to that popping sound. It could be considered ASMR, you know? I don't know who would be into that, but just as an example. Oh wait, that's not? Oh, that's hero audio. Oh, okay. Understood. Yeah, but that is just... Sit back, relax, and enjoy the soft sounds of popping balloons. Alright, let's put the music back on. That's all too much. I'm skipping through all the tutorials for obvious reasons. If you're new to Bloons, I am not the sort of person you want to turn to figure out how to play. This is also a very easy game to pick up, but a very difficult game to master. I mean, you could get through hard stages and even Impoppable without really too much experience, but try fighting bosses or getting into, like, 200 plus. It's a challenge. I'd say my most hated balloons tend to be camo leads. Oh, crap, they're leaking, they're leaking. They're leaking, sir! Let's get some upgrades in. Yeah, I know about camo balloons. I just upgraded for it. Yeah, I know about magic balloons. Purple balloons. Purple. Purple's a good color. That's one color I've always been interested in, but never really gravitated towards. I don't know why I'm talking about colors, but it just prompted into my mind. I may or may not have said, contrary to what you may see, my favorite color is actually red. So, and at one point in time, my favorite color was blue when I was very, very, very young, but it changed to red. So it would be almost like second nature to go towards purple, right? But I don't know. It's the color of quote-unquote royalty and what is it? Is it like freedom or something? It's on a lot of flags. It's a very, very special color. And in ancient times, it was made from a very expensive dye, which is why it was used for royalty. But I've never really been attached to it as I have with like other colors. I also got a tower I can't even upgrade. Also, I have a pontoon, which that is a waste of money this early. Is it pontoon? Or is it the kiddie pool? It might be the kiddie pool. I think pontoon is the other way around. Oh, we got a leaker. Alright, let's get Sniper Monkey. This is one I can upgrade. I don't know if I'll even be able to show off the strategy that I use 90% of the time. I might not be able to because, one, it involves a monkey that's like down here, which will take a bit to get to. And two, I have to get that monkey up to tier 5. So, hey, if I can get it, I'll get it. But as it stands right now, we're kind of going with the motions. One thing I've noticed about BTD6 more than any other of the games is they've really, yeah, I know about Camo Balloons game. They've really keeping a hard focus on like balancing. I know it might have to do with online play a little bit because when games are balanced, it's inevitably because of online play. But I don't know. They are definitely balancing the general like map clear stuff. And there's been patch upon patch upon patch. Also the paragons, that's a new thing. It's funny how a bunch of monkeys that originated in a Flash game has like turned into this extremely in-depth tower defense with the multiple avenues for like beating stages. And they're trying to make everything viable. They're knocking down the really overpowered stuff and they're bringing up the really underpowered stuff. Also, I must be disappointing a lot of people by letting balloons through. But again, I'm just trying to power level right now. Oh, I need anti-Moab. Hang on. I just realized. Well, let's hope, yeah? Oh, corrosive glue. That's probably the best I'm going to be able to get for now. All right. Watch this kill me. Nope, we're good. Nice. All right. I would continue, but I feel it would be better to just continue going on with the stages. Maybe I could black border. No, I don't think I have the ability to do that. But imagine if I black border Monkey Meadow all in one session. Again, I don't think I would be able to, but that would be really, really hilarious. All right. Let's start off with something. Did I even place... I didn't even place the Ice Monkey down. Wow. There we go. Problem with Ice Monkey is, Ice Monkey kind of sucks. Like, really bad. Its attack speed is painfully slow. It does, I think, red balloon damage at base. Look at this! And it's only good when you start pushing into the high-level upgrades, and even then, it's more of a support tower than an offensive tower. You know, it does single-layer pop damage. That is abysmal. Ah, sorry. Dropped my phone. I wonder if I can make a compilation of the number of times I dropped my phone. Anyway, yeah. Ice Monkey has its uses. Don't get me wrong. But it falls apart so fast early game. You cannot rely on Ice Monkey to do your work for you. Another downside is even though it can pop pretty much everything except white balloons, it blocks darts. So its main purpose, which is to stop balloons in their tracks, is completely ignored. There are obviously towers that can pierce that, but still, like, come on. When Glue Gunner, another tower that people say is kind of crap, does your job better, you need to get more upgrades. So far, so good with the upgrade situation, though. I'm getting them a lot faster than I thought I was going to. No tier 3s or 4s yet, but... Oh yeah, speaking of upgrades and things. Planning on a bit of a shorter stream today. Not because I can't play BTD6 for long periods of time. I absolutely can. Give me a map and I'll try to finish it on the highest difficulty, but I actually am a bit busy. I mentioned on my Twitter that I just tried to play some Monkey Buccaneer on grass. I don't know what's wrong with me. I mentioned on my Twitter that I've been sidetracked with some projects, and I have actually. I may have talked about this in the Minecraft stream a little bit, but it's that same thing. And I'm actually working on it because time's getting a little tight with certain parts of it. No worries, I think I'm on a good time scale. Oh, konnichiwa! Nice to meet you. We are playing some Bloons Tower Defense base game. But yeah, what was I saying? Right. Working on a couple projects in the background, which I'm awfully busy this week on the scale of things. So, who knows? Maybe I'll drag on to my usual 3-4 hours, depending on how much fun I have. I love this game, I do. But I am busy, so one time where I can say, oh dear, I might have to cut off stream. No, I'm not gonna cut off stream early, but anyway, we're halfway through the military, which is a huge plus. It's just getting past that point. Once I get down into the magic stuff, I can actually start, like, power leveling the towers that I use on a regular basis. I don't use all of these. I do use a couple of them, though. I kind of want to... You know, now that I think about it, I kind of want to see if I can black border Monkey Meadow. That would be a really fun achievement to do all in one sitting. I don't know if I can. I have on my old save, obviously. But that would be super fun if I can manage to get that far. I definitely need tier 5s, though, so I don't know how much XP I'm going to be able to get in a short period of time. But hey, I beat Plants vs. Zombies all in one sitting, so maybe I can do this. Who knows? I seem to be better at doing things in a timely fashion recently, for better or for worse. I procrastinate a lot on a lot of different things. But when I'm dedicated to a task, I'm saying this like it's a generalization, but it could be about practically anything. When I'm dedicated to a task, I tend to do it all in one shot, which is good. And it kind of it's difficult to take me away from stuff. Case in point, I had a major assignment due on what was it? On yesterday, actually. And I almost forgot about finishing it up. Because I was so sidetracked with other projects and things. Which is a combination of my general procrastination tendencies and the fact that when I'm hyper-focused on something, I want to get it done. But man, was it a shock to the system when I looked at the clock and I went, there anything I have to... Oh, no! Then just... Speaking of oh, no. Hey, Dart Monkey, can you... Just for later. Thanks, buddy. Forgot about the camos on round 33. But yeah, I tend to shirk responsibilities every so often because I'm focused on other stuff. Reminder to both myself and to others to not do that because it's bad. It's bad for the system. Man, my phone is blowing up for some reason. Oh, great, we got a new hero! Wow. I don't use Gwen, though, so. I actually haven't even used, what's his face, Quincy. Like I said, I don't really use him all that much. I know he's really strong. Trust me, I know, I'm aware. But I don't really see much use for him in a lot of my setups. Oh, I got another upgrade for the tack shooter. Ew. Whatever. Oh, yeah. One thing that sucks about modern gaming. That just opened up Steam, and I can pay $10. 10 US dollars to unlock the full monkey set. Why would you want to do that? In any circumstance. In my opinion, that is a waste of money that you could just get by playing the game. But the option is there for people who have bottomless wallets, which I do not. Cancel transaction. Thanks. Ah, microtransactions, the bane of our existence. Oh dear, I need to actually upgrade some towers. I might fail. Hang on a second. Faster firing. That should help me at least a degree. Oh, I haven't. There we go. Oh, I didn't want that tack upgrade. Oh, look at all the glue. True, even monkeys do need money. All right. Hey, at least our towers are getting stronger. I remember when I started this base game, it took far longer to get all these upgrades going. There's birdie stuff. Very useful upgrade. I'm just kind of randomly picking stuff at this point, just so I can push through the stage. That might have been a mistake. Ah, here we go. All right, so here's one tower that I use way too much. And I know that the general use case for... Oh, I didn't want to get that upgrade. Oopsie. I know that the general use case for druids tends to be the Druid of Wrath setup, which is effective, and I've used it a couple times. But it's not the one that I actually use most often. Oh, right, the stupid ice that blocks the sharp shots. Such a dumb mechanic. I think we'll be able to push it around 60, no problem. Are there any towers I'm missing? Oh, yeah, fortified balloons. Let's see. I don't think so. I think we're upgrading all of them at the same time. Oh, I'm rich, but I have no way of spending it. Downdraft is a useless upgrade for me right now. I can get a duplicate of towers if I really want. But not feeling it. I have a tendency, and I know it's kind of a bad thing, but I have a tendency when I play Bloons Tower Defense, I usually am sort of a one tower limit person. Where if I'm using a tower a bunch, it doesn't feel as rewarding as using that same tower only once. And I feel like it clutters the screen to have multiple of the same tower. I get the use cases, because sometimes you just need an excessive amount of popping power. So having one of each tower is kind of pointless when you can have multiple. But I don't know. Unless I'm going for multiple tier 5s or Paragon or something like that, I tend to only use one tower of a certain group. Well, not of a certain group, of a certain type. Ooh, uh-oh. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Well, we have better upgrades now, so I can think. We are on medium, and I wasn't expecting to beat it first try. This one. Okay. Let's see. So we need you here. We need you here. And I think I can go with just these until I get enough for the other 2 towers that I'm going to place down. Well, actually, it's usually 3 towers that I place down, and it's neither of these. Oh, I hate that sound, man. Pros to using Glue Gunner. Slows a lot of balloons down. Cons to using Glue Gunner. You listen to the stupid sound all day. Let me just make sure that my upgrade tree... Yeah, okay. I usually go with the 025. I know that 520 is good for offensive power, but it's terrible at getting rid of Moabs. And then everyone knows what to do with Tax Shooter, I hope. At least early game Tax Shooter. Okay. I can properly start strategizing now. How much do I need? I just got the Sniper Monkey. I need 500 and 800 and 400. So 1200. Oh, for one at a time, guys? Really? You have more than that. You can do better. The one thing that I'm missing right now is camo detection. Actually, wait, that's wrong. I do have camo detection. Normally when I use this setup, though, I forsake camo detection because I use Etienne for the hero slot. I mentioned that already. And the nice thing about Etienne is he's essentially 4 Dart Monkeys combined together, plus a what's it called? Not the Phoenix. It's plus a what the hell? It's this tower. Spectre. God, I forgot the name of it. And having a hero that does both of those things is crazy useful. Okay. I should probably get... No, I don't think I'll need it. I think we'll be fine. Camo detection. Some popping power for the boy. Oh, and Druidic Reach. There we go. Like I said, though, once you know what you're doing with Bloons Tower Defense, it very much is passive. It is very much a passive play sort of game. High level, it's not, but just map clearing, it can be a very passive sort of game. I've gone on record setting up defenses, like preemptively, of course, and just because I either need XP or I need to level up a certain tower for the sake of a new Paragon that's released or something like that. And I have set it up, left my computer, gone and made lunch or like watched videos or something, and came back and it's like, oh no, you failed at round 126. Without even trying. Late game balloons, though, is hard. I won't say it's not. It's mainly because they bum rush you with a million things at once. Attack sprayer. I don't think we have what is it? Anti-Moab yet, but that's not the goal. Do I need IFR? Not IFR. IFR is for the heli pilot. I might have to go with spy plane. Also, Heart of Thunder is actually OP. It is a 1,000 cost upgrade that does single layer damage to multiple balloons in a row. For maps where you're not, where you're dealing with a lot of bunched up stuff like this, that is so broken. Oh, bouncing bullet. I might have to go with the Moab stun for the sniper. I don't usually go for Moab stun. Actually, no, that's wrong. I do. So. And these upgrades are coming fast. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the moment you get Druid of the Jungle plus Heart of Thunder, early rounds are just non-existent. Druid just does the game for you. It's not to the level of, let's say, what is it, like Idle Heroes or something? But it requires a lot less thinking and a lot less moving on your toes. There are some very active play setups, though. Especially on chips. There are setups that use Monkey Ace where you constantly have to change direction because you need it to stay on the track. And I've seen people play with like doing that, like doing this all the time to try to keep it on the track, and it's actually terrifying to watch. The amount of quick decision-making you need for that sort of thing makes my mind hurt. Oh, I can almost get overdrive. Oh, we're just before the round that I need it to. Well, let's hope you guys can do it. And they're fine. They're good. I think Fighter Plane had it. Well, now we just wait for stuff to level up. One thing I definitely like about this game, though, is the music. What track is this? Sunshine Serenade, yeah. That and the opening music are both great. There's something about... I bring this up a lot, but there's something about indie games or non-AAA games that have just a charm, you know? I won't go on record and say that AAA games aren't worth their salt. But there's a draw to indie games that makes them feel much more fun and engaging than your everyday AAA action story, you know? I've had a lot of fun playing certain AAA games. But I tend to blow a lot more time expanding my horizons with indies. That, what was it? I don't know if it's a Twitter trend or it exploded onto Twitter. But there was that, like, gamer... What was it called? My friends and I were discussing it, because we did it ourselves. And one of them said, isn't this just a cock measuring contest? And I was like, yeah. And he said, oh, I'm not doing it. Where was it? Variety Gamer. It's a Variety Gamer chart. And it's a list of 100 games where you fill out... Oh, hold on, I'm leaking. Why am I leaking? That would be why. You essentially fill out all the games that you played, and the higher your score, the more quote-unquote variety you have. And the list is very much cherry-picked. Let's be honest here. It is 110% a cherry-picked list of games. But, you know, yeah, changing targeting options. I literally just did that. It is a good metric to see, like, what sort of games that you play regularly. I'm leaking again. And I've seen a lot of people have both pretty low and pretty high scores. I noticed that streamers have much higher scores than people who are just general, either casual or hardcore gamers. Purely for the fact that it tends to be that when you do live streaming, unless you're a dedicated streamer, like you have one game that you gravitate towards most of the time. Okay. I will beat this stage. I definitely need a tier 4 upgrade. I think that's what's holding me back. Start off with the Druid and the Glue Gunner early. Alright. Anyway, what I was saying was, I noticed that people who are active live streamers, or just play a variety of video games for content, have a much higher score naturally. Just purely because sometimes you run out of ideas, and you have to either get suggestions on games or find games that you've never played before. And people who are much more casual, or, again, dedicated to one thing, had a much lower score. To give you a direct example, why are they leaking? To give you a direct example, my variety score, I think I ended up getting a 55 out of 100, which I listed it as games that I both have played and have beaten. And then I did it again to see if I could change it to have beaten, just out of curiosity. Because I really had to, like, go through my mental files and see, did I play that game or did I just watch someone play it? And I came out to a number of 55, but when I went back and I did only games that I have fully beaten at least one of, it went from 55 to 32. Which, I don't know what that says about me. But to me, that says, you need to beat more video games. You need to stop stopping halfway. And I've done that a lot. I have done that a lot. I might actually upload that to Twitter later. Might be a good idea. But when we were discussing it, funnily enough, the two friends I was talking to about it both got 40s. I'm looking back at it, and they both got 40s. And one game that both of them played that I've never played is actually Watch Dogs. And we talked about that, and I was like, yeah, I know, I never really played Watch Dogs. Cause I don't know, I've never interested in the whole like cyber hacking nonsense. And they were both like, yeah, but it was decent, and the sequels were okay, but the last one was kind of bad. Or was it Watch Dogs 2 that was kind of bad? I think it might have been Watch Dogs 2. But I don't know, I've never been into the aesthetic that puts forward, and it's also a game by Ubisoft, and we don't talk about Ubisoft these days. But it was funny how they both had that, and I didn't. It's a good metric to, like, discuss with your friends, like, oh, I've played this, and you've played this, and I haven't played this, and sort of thing. But it really shouldn't be used as a dick measuring contest, because that's just being mean-spirited. And B, it's not really a true metric of quote-unquote gaming variety, because it's a sample. And if you've ever taken statistics, sample sizes are not a true descriptor of what the actual, you know, data is presented as. Who knows? I may have played more than 200 games, or more than 300 games, or who knows. But because that list is... Oh, crap. I don't have camo detection. Because that list is so specific to more mainstream titles. There are a couple non-mainstream titles on there. There we go. It definitely creates this false sense of variety. I mean, it's definitely a good metric there. Well, hey, I don't know how many games you've played. Trust me though. If there were a choice for me to go outside and touch grass versus stay inside and play games, you can guess what I would rather do based on the kind of stuff that I've talked about. And it's kind of the same with my friends. The only thing that takes them away from the computer most of the time is the fact that they all work. And hey, if you can balance your work life with your gaming life... No, I shouldn't say that. Work and social life is more important than sitting in front of a computer all day. I may be calling the kettle black because I don't follow that advice myself. But eventually, you know, when I get older and I'm out of the situation that I'm in, I will be employed and yada yada yada. And I will have less time for these sort of things. But for now, we game and we enjoy game, so. It was a funny trend to witness though. And not to shame people for their incredibly quick decision making and just I didn't upload this, but every so often you'll see this well edited, like, oh, they filled in all the boxes and they put a nice number, and then the one that's just like someone draws a line through all the boxes that are connected and then they just chicken scratch the number like 36 or 82 or something like that, and it's funny to see. You can tell who draws on a mouse on their computer, and then who, like, uses an art program to do it for them. I know I'm being really picky and a little mean-spirited, but it's just funny to see the difference. That wasn't the only trend I saw in that same vein, though. I don't know which one was the original chart, but I saw a variety anime chart first. And that one I wasn't gonna do, because my score on that would be, like, 10. The picks that I have seen are very niche, but I have seen very little. And like I said, I hadn't watched a single show of anything in 3 years. So picking it back up again after a long period of time, it definitely didn't increase my variety score by that much. It's always been interesting to me how attention span works. I'm sort of using myself as an example here, but I'm very much on both ends of the spectrum of attention span, where I have trouble paying attention to a video that's like longer than 2 minutes if it doesn't grip my attention, and I just rapid fire through a bunch of different stuff. But then I can sit down and either go through a playlist that's like 4 hours or watch like a 5-hour video essay. But I won't watch movies and I won't binge watch anime unless I like give myself an excuse. Both of those are completely different lengths, don't get me wrong. But I'll never understand why I think that one thing is going to take less time and another thing is going to take more time. I have gone on record sitting in bed, not wanting to get up and just kind of vegetating out for a day. And I'm like, oh, let me watch a couple videos, it won't be that bad. And 6 hours pass. Because I just go from one video to the next, to the next, to the next. Hello. Wow, I'm getting a couple people to come in. I hope your day has been well. I am doing my best at PTD6. Well, technically, I'm not a new player. I am experienced to a degree. I'm just starting anew. There's a couple strategy cues that I might be able to pick up on. I'm definitely not an end game player. I'll say that right off rip. But I definitely know my towers, at least to a degree. It depends. I'm just trying to rebuild my my towers at the moment. But possibly. You can heavy carry, I'm sure. Uh-oh, speaking of leaks. Whew, that was close. I might want to place down a spike factory. I should probably start leveling this thing anyway. I might need perma spikes for later. Yeah. My favorite thing at one point was logging on to BTD6. Just like exactly. Just stopping for a while, coming back and going, ooh, they got a new update. Seeing which Paragon it is, loading up either monkey metal, logs, or that the beach one with the three rings on it. Just planting down the same tower as much as humanly possible, waiting for that XP to grind up, and then testing out the Paragon. Buccaneer's the best Paragon? Yeah, I'd say so. Let's go for long reach. Okay. I would definitely agree on that one. It's kind of overpowered, if we're being blatantly honest. All the Paragons are very strong. Yeah, exactly. All the Paragons are strong to a degree. I'd say probably the first two are on the weaker side. And then they get stronger as they go on. But the Navart, who designed that thing? Who designed that thing? It is so OP. Alright, let's do hard. Yeah, you know what? I think if I've my neck just snapped. I'm not even paying attention. I can do it again. There we go. Hi! Wow, I'm getting a lot of people coming in today. Good to see you all. Alright, we're on hard now. Let's hope that the strategy that I've, am I Dutch? Well, to be perfectly honest, I am extremely American. However, I'm currently not living in the States. Oh! Sorry. Right, so I definitely can develop my strategy a little bit now. I think I have some of the upgrades. Ah, Netherlands, awesome. Well, good to see a fellow American. I've gotten a lot of European and Pacific viewers for obvious reasons because my time zone is very, very unconventional. I'm currently not living in America. I will return in, what is it, August? I think late August. But for now, I am overseas. I also like Hoi. Give me some words that I can translate. Oh dear. Oh, I forgot to place a druid down. I'm letting all these balloons leak. I am not paying attention. Okay. Yeah, level ups. I really need to get some more, what's it called? Brain, please, stop brain farting. Tier 4 upgrades. I've gotten a couple, but they're not, I'm not endgame ready yet. Well, actually, not even endgame ready. I'm not black border ready. I'm not impoppable nor, brain. Chimps. Oh, I didn't even think about my chimp strategy because I gotta do that for a black border. Oh. I could probably look... No, that's cheating. That is super duper cheating. best player ever? You have some stiff competition. I'm actually doing pretty well. I'm assuming you're asking that question to me. I'm actually doing pretty well. It's been pretty cold because it is winter, but it actually warmed up this week, which is a huge plus. So I did a crazy thing, and I went outside and I touched grass. I know, insane, but I haven't done that for like a month straight because I hate the cold, and it makes me want to go inside. But you know, I spent time outside. I did. And then when I came inside, I busied myself with more busy work because I cannot sit still for more than 2 seconds. I'm not sure how to interpret that. That feels like every emotion at once. Working on servers? If you don't mind me asking, servers for what? Discord, I would assume? It's all I know for a fact is it's a son of a gun to work on servers for Discord. Oh God. I really hope I didn't get any alternates in chat. That would be a real shame. I might have to cut the stream if I'm being infected here, so. I'm kidding. I wouldn't cut the stream for that. Maybe I should. Fundraising group. Content creators to collab with each other and are currently working on a content creator. Whoa! Those are actually super helpful. That's really nice. Oh no. I hope your last name isn't Torres. I'm trying extremely hard to resist the urge to like go and talk about Mandela Catalog right now, because I will go off on a massive tangent and it won't stop. I want to keep focused on the game I'm playing. That's awesome, honestly. Hey, if you have a passion for something, keep at it. Trust me, I've started making a Discord server. Hey, good to see you. I started making a Discord server and I've gotten help from one person. Why would Grimlock ready be Michael? I don't know. I don't know how to theorize with the FNAF lore kind of stuff. I just play the games. I'm doing all right. Thankfully, it's been warmer. Honestly, Miyako, you'd be a huge help. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. And I've at the end of stream, I might throw an invite your way. If you are available to help, I would very much appreciate it. You don't have to. I'm sure you're bogged down with a bunch of work, but I would really appreciate it if you'd be interested in that. Anyway, yeah, it's been pretty warm, which is good, and I went outside and I touched grass, but I have been pretty good, all things considered. I hope everyone here has been doing pretty well. People can't add me as friends in Discord, they have to add them. Well, it should be getting warmer there too. It's still snowing. I mean, luckily it's been like a, what is it, higher than 5C recently, which it was lower than, it was lower than that for a month straight. No, Doodle Cry. I don't even know if I have a co-pop code. This is a new account. Hold on, sorry. I need to focus. I'm getting so distracted by a million things. Oh, for the match. Again, I just play this casually. I don't know much about co-op. Let's see. Have I not upgraded you? Ugh. That was close. That was painfully close. Should I throw it on a spike tower? More like 0 ground. Get it? Because it's off the ground! Oh no. I don't think I can fly. So... yeah, that's the end of the road for me. Yeah, that was what I was trying to do. I'm just paying attention to the game. I apologize. There we go. All right, give me 1 second. I'm not tabbing out. I'm just not playing the game. If I die, I die. Yeah, I've been using Discord for a good 6 years now. I just have never done anything server related. I've always been members to servers and things. Thank you for the follow. At least I think that's what that was. Currently tabbed out. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Glad I still have notification sounds on. Did I lose? No, never mind. Apologies for the pause. Where's my account? There it is. Oh, I can't access my account right now because streamer mode's on. Woo! Thank you, though. Thank you so much. Hold on. Let me deactivate streamer mode on this Discord. I don't know what. Oh, I'm such a scramble. I'm all over the place. Engineer is very strong against. Oh yeah, 005. Right, that is Balloon Trap. Yeah, Balloon Trap's great. Okay. Oh, there you are. Give me 1 second, because I need to fix some settings. There we go. Okay. Yep, 025, right. Alright, now we should be back to the game situation. All right. For people who have come back a couple times, and thank you. I didn't mean to not pay attention. I am very easily distracted. 2, very bad at multitasking, and 3, I lose focus a lot. So, whoa. Whoa, I knew that Sonic had bad advice, but I didn't realize it was that bad. Dear Lord. All right, anyway. Yeah, I'm terrible at focusing on multiple things at once, which is why when I go on tangents, I stay on tangents. Sonic is intrusive thoughts. Well, if we're talking about, oh my God, what's his real name? I know he's Steve Urkel. I need better popping towers. My bad. I know that his character name is Steve Urkel, but I forget his real name off the top of my head. But if we're talking about that Sonic, yeah, that Sonic is our intrusive thoughts. That iteration of Sonic the Hedgehog is absolutely our intrusive thoughts. Okay, fine. He's on strong now. Is that his name? Oh, Maurice. I think you're right. I normally have the sniper on strong. I just wasn't paying attention because I was thinking about Steve Urkel. Give me a break. I'm looking him up. I'm looking up Steve Urkel now. So yeah, Jaleel White, that's his name. Jaleel White, that's Sonic. From the old cartoon. Kids, there's nothing better than... Yeah. Man, that Sonic has been the center point of many a meme on the internet over the years. And for good reason. Remember when YouTube poops were a thing? That was the Sonic. That was the Sonic in those. That shows my age. And the fact that I've been on the internet for far, far too long. I don't know. I have a weird mix of multiple tendencies. I'm quite the antithesis of generation in that sense, where I don't know. On one hand, I didn't grow up in the 90s. Like, I was on the tail end of the 90s. On the other hand, I cannot relate to anyone younger than me, like at all. I've said this before, but modern slang makes no sense. None. His name is Dr. Slade? Is that real? That doesn't seem real. I feel like Robotnik is just a misspelled version. No, it's Kintobor backwards, as the Sonic lore says. Then again, I'm not Dutch, and someone in this chat is Dutch. So, or... Oh, trying to be funny. Okay. Well, he does make robots to do his bidding. So technically, in that sense, you could be correct. But again, I don't know enough about languages. I will always verify translations. Oh, okay. Well, you have fun with that. Just don't get caught, right? That's what they say. Don't get caught. What's the one joke that people like to throw out? Geneva Convention? More like Geneva Suggestion. Nothing is worth the risk. Anyway, what was I talking about a while back? Not being against the grain and forgetting, like, brain! I told you, I can't focus on multiple things at once. Listen, I sleep in a lit room. Oh wait, that's right. I need to turn my screens off. I'll be fine. You can't hurt me if my screens are off. Or at least that's the mythology behind it, right? Right? They come through screens. I'll be fine. I've had night terrors. I've had sleep paralysis. I can deal. Actual question, or are we still on Mandela Conlog? Because I have two answers for this. Let's see. If I say no, will that protect me? Uh-oh. Well, then I will leave that answer ambiguous, because there is no greater fear than fear of the unknown. And as Sun Tzu said in the Art of War, understand your enemies and therefore you can defeat them. Or, I'm paraphrasing. And if you don't know enough about your enemies, you can't do jack diddly squat. Right? Yeah. Definitely. Oh, I should put a spike... Yeah. I should put a spike factory down here. I think I had one before, and it still killed me. Or I might have not... I might have forgotten about it because I was distracted. I honestly don't remember. my memory is as bad as memory. It's a good thing they're paper thin. I was actually really concerned about that. When I moved to the apartment that I'm in right now, because I'm here with a couple other people. We moved in together. We're in separate rooms, of course, but we all had to plan to like, oh, let's go to this building. I was really concerned that the walls were going to be paper thin because, you know, I'm generally pretty loud. But I installed some acoustic foam, and it's not permanent. It'll come off the walls. And B, I did a test where I like opened up the recording on my phone and put it outside in the front on the front step, and just started making a bunch of loud noises, and you actually can't hear anything. So I was actually really happy about that. I have made noises that a lot of people would be very uncomfortable with if they were in my presence, either from rage gaming or dropping stuff because I'm a clumsy son of a bitch, or other things. And you know, it's the fact that it is more soundproof than I thought it was. Oh, I unlocked Oben. That makes me happy to be where I am. I'm actually pretty okay with my living situation, in all honesty. It was definitely a shock, because I had lived with family for pretty much my entire life, and then now that I'm living on my own in an apartment, which was never something I would have expected, it was a shock. It was definitely a shock, but I've adjusted. And I'm fully capable of, sorry, I'm adjusting stuff, fully capable of streaming, which was a huge concern of mine, but we are here now. Oh, and I mentioned a little bit, but I didn't really go into detail. I apologize for, and I'm gonna apologize forever on this, but it's the only way I can do it. I have horrible stream times, both for me and for most of the East Coast, which is where I set my time zone to. And the reason that is because I'm overseas, completely different time zone, 14-hour difference. Can't really help that, so that's where we are. That's where we be. When I return in August, I will have to go through a bit of a change to figure stuff out. But for now, that's where we at. Where we are at. I can't speak! I think the best part about being a native English speaker is I can't even speak my own language half the time. Balloon go pop. Yes, indeed. Finally, I'm starting to actually get my strategy back. It's taken a minute. I do want to see if I can Black Border Funky Meadow by the end of stream today. I would be super down to get that achievement. It gives me a goal. I'm very goal oriented. I usually on Mondays I usually play Minecraft, which has become kind of a staple for the channel. And I set goals for myself once and I didn't meet them. And then I stopped setting goals for myself and then developed them as I was streaming, and I did it better. I had a better time. I feel like if I plan stuff in advance, it goes wrong. Where if I do it off the cuff, it's way better. I don't know why that is. Speaking of Balloon Go Pop, I might actually have to knock this down a peg. It was getting loud. Oh, I can get a tier 5. Let's go. I just have to have money for it. But I am a poor pauper. I obviously have some... Oh, round 63. Woo! Alright. I obviously have some ideas that I like to to implement for certain stuff. Because, you know, planning is good. It gives not only me, but anyone who might potentially want to tune in a good idea of what I'm about to do, but sometimes, you know, it's better to just kind of go with the flow. Yeah. Well, the one thing that I am good about, at least in general, is when I started streaming for the very first time, I wanted to have at least some degree of a schedule. Because even if I don't personally adhere to it 100%, I still have a good idea of what I'm supposed to be doing. Though it is not the easiest thing in the world to come up with an idea of every single thing that you're going to do for the week. It gives me a good skeleton, though. But like I said, I am weirdly a planner, even though a lot of the times when I plan stuff out, it doesn't go the way I expect. But it's good to be proactive, as I always say. Better to be proactive than reactive. Wow, we hit level 30? Okay. Long life. Oh, I got the wrong upgrade! Ignore my misclick. Okay. Can I get any tier 5s yet? 36, 30. Need 35,000 XP for that. Need 40,000 for that. Oh, I should be farming. I'm not even paying attention. After a while though, Bloons becomes definitely more of a button mash because you're spamming abilities. Yeah. Working on a lot at once, I have a tendency of doing that and then realizing that I'm overdoing it. I had a time, I think I've told this story once, back in my, what was it? Yeah, no, it was senior year of college. I had just come off of a year of not doing basically anything, and I felt terrible. So I elected to, A, do college, like full-time college. B, I decided to work weekends, and C, I decided to part-time teach, all at the same time. So I had 7 days of doing things, and then I doubled up on Monday. Can you say hectic? Because it was hectic for me. But you are correct on that. It did actually keep my mind off of a lot of things because I was going through a rough patch. And you know, keeping busy does keep your mind off of less important things. Though it is good sometimes to like go back and you know, actually take a look at your problem and say, is that something that's worth addressing, or is it not something that's worth addressing? And I've definitely shirked away a lot of problems that otherwise probably would have helped if I had addressed them earlier. But sometimes it's better to ignore. Just depends. Though I did realize in the I'm gonna die. Oh, I need another tier 5, I think. Dang. Man, if I'm this sluggish, I might not be able to black border today. Oh well. Anyway, that experience though taught me that if I overwork myself, I will hate it just as much as if I underwork myself. Master at distraction. Hey, honestly, it's a combination of me being horrible at paying attention to one thing, and you know, having the ability to have good conversations. I won't say I've had more fun talking with people in chat, but I've had a really good time over the course of how long I've been streaming. I've only been doing this for 2.5 months, right? I started in November. December, January, first week of February. Yeah, like 2.5. But I've had some good chats with people. One regular who's been really awesome has actually introduced me to some really fun world building series that I never were into, and then we talked for like a decade about different stuff. Thank you, I really appreciate that. I have no idea what the general scale of progress is, but if you believe that I'm making good progress, then hey, I get at least one person. I know that Twitch is a very oversaturated market, and two, exactly what I'm doing is super oversaturated, but hey, if I'm making good progress for 2.5 months, that says a lot. Oh, I should probably turn streamer mode back on, because you might have heard that Discord noise. That was me! That was me! Sorry about that, anyone who's watching. Speedrunner of affiliate and obviously regret it. I've said it a lot of times, I'm completely fine with growing slow because I'm here to just have a good time, not really push things. But to be blatantly honest, affiliate scares the hell out of me. Like, I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be really fun when I get there because it'll increase like interactivity and I can keep my VODs for longer, and you know, a bunch of good stuff happens when you're affiliate. But you also introduce yourself to monetization. And I've seen the worst that the internet has, well, no, that's wrong. I've seen a lot of bad that the internet has to offer, and I'm terrified. Because fun is fun until DMCA and copyright and takedown notices and things show up, and it's like, oh god. And also, the bigger your audience gets, the more you need to like pay attention to stuff, and there are negatives. Anyone who comes into streaming thinking that it's all going to be a field of roses has the wrong impression. But it's about perseverance. It's about perseverance, it's about making good content, it's about genuinely being an entertaining and fun person. You could get big off of controversy, but let's not talk about that. But it's a struggle. It's struggle bus, the occupation. And I've said before, I have a freaking highlight about it. It should be fun. The number one thing is it should be fun. The moment it stops becoming fun and the moment it turns into a business, it just goes downhill so fast. And I never want it to be that. I'm sure that a lot of people have said that before, and they look back and they go, well, it's a business now. But I really want to avoid that. I really want to have a good time, and I want to enjoy myself first and foremost. Just gotta take it slow. Okay. That's reassuring. Again, I'm just scared of new things. And I always have this overarching fear of if I'm putting myself out there in public, and if I misstep or I make a mistake or something like that, hey, it's on the internet for 100 people to see. And yeah, that's your fault, buddy. But that's a hurdle we all must pass. We're putting our face, we're being entertainers, we're putting on a show. Everybody makes mistakes. And it's about pushing past it. I talk like I give advice like I'm experienced in this whole thing. I'm not. I really am not. I'm just good at interpolating and extrapolating, I guess. Why do I get so deep in conversation when I'm playing? Minecraft does it to me too, man. I don't know why, I just start getting really involved. Right now I'm playing Monkey Simulator. Trying to be perfect is probably your biggest flaw. Oh. One thing that I feel like shoots a lot of people in the foot, including myself, is 100% perfectionism. like, there is a quality standard that a lot of people have, and that's a good thing. It's always good to have. I might die here. It's always good to have a quality standard. But yeah, like, you definitely have to put limits on how far you're willing to go to make things like to your standard. Sometimes you just have to say screw it and just put it out there as good as it can get. Because we don't have all the time in the world, for one, and it can be difficult to be like an expert at something, especially if you're not super you're not super skillful in it to begin with. So sometimes it's best to just say, you know what, this is good enough. And I have trouble doing that. I really do. A big example I use a lot with that is language learning. And whenever I try to speak a language that's not English, God, my brain goes, but that's not how you're supposed to say it, and I get stopped up. Mainly hardware issues. Honestly, like, for my advice is definitely figure out something that you enjoy. And even, like, I see a lot of people, even if you stream once or twice a week, just try to get into a rhythm of doing something interesting. I know there can be this wall of like, oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I really don't know. But if it's something that you do on a regular basis, someone's gonna be into that. Someone is going to be into that. There's 8 billion people on this planet. It's guaranteed that at least one person is into what you're doing. Guaranteed. 100%. I'm sitting here playing video games, and I've had a lot of people come in and say hi and enjoy what I do because, hey, I enjoy it, and like I said, someone else is bound to stumble across you at one point. And I've had a lot of people stumble across me, which is super fun. Yeah, that's what I mean. I've seen people make streams where they just literally play idle games. I've seen people do streams where they just draw in dead silence. I've seen people do streams where they create background music or mix and master stuff or go into technical detail. Someone's going to be into what you're doing. And if it's more niche, there's gonna be people there. It might take some time. Everything takes time. And again, the consumer is more fickle than the creator. But someone's gonna be into it. One of my friends hit affiliate after like a year of on and off streaming. And you know how he did it? He did it with Warframe. Because we were just shooting the shit, and he was like, you know what, I'll stream Warframe. Because he had never played it before. And he got a 27 viewer raid, and it pushed him over to affiliate. Because someone's in, people, there's a super niche community, and people were there, and they were there, and they interacted with us, and it was great. I was a guest. I wasn't myself as I am right now. This was before I started streaming. But that's my point. Case in point. You got it in like 2-3 weeks. Honestly, just out of curiosity, I would like to know how you got it in 2 to 3 weeks. I would assume excessive amounts of networking. I'm fine just chilling out, and it might be a painful gestation, but it's growth nonetheless. Whoa! That kicked back into high gear. Played the system hard and did a lot of network, yeah. My one severe flaw right now, I think, is networking. A lot of people say it is crucial, and it really is. But A, I'm shy. B, I don't want to step on people's toes. And C, I also don't really trust people, especially on the internet. That's just a me thing. I have to talk with someone at least a little bit to really understand them. Would end right away and then start back up like an hour later, and they kept my average views. Oh. That does seem a bit like an exploit, to be honest. I get the struggle, though. I've seen a lot of people who have started streaming after me and even before me, pushing for affiliate, and it's that like average viewers thing that really screws people up. Channel points so bad. Oh, I understand. But yeah, taking it slow would be nice. Honestly, like even if I just hit 50 followers in the next 2 months, maybe. That's a stretch. That would be a huge achievement, and even if I don't get to affiliate, that's like, wow, that's like more than a classroom of people who have followed my content because they like me. I haven't really thought about monetization either. I know that's why a lot of people start streaming, because they want to monetize their content, and that should not be a motivator, really. Do what you enjoy, not what you want to make money off of. There's other ways to do it. Go get a job, do art commissions, other stuff that's more lucrative than expecting people to pay you. Payout set to hold your payment? Oh. It was just for the sake of channel points then. I mean, hey. If it was worth it in hindsight. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah, I know nothing about monetization, so you're talking to someone who has never experienced that. I'm just having fun making content, to be blatantly honest. I recently started making highlights in combination with little mini shorts. And it's giving me an excuse to just do stuff. Oh, okay. I'm just starting to dip my toes into that, but it's fun. I've dabbled in it before. I remember when I was still a teenager, I got a PS4. And I had streamed Bloodborne to YouTube with 0 viewers. Yeah, I actually got about 1,000 views on one of my shorts. That algorithm is nuts sometimes. But I like live streamed a Bloodborne playthrough when I was a teenager to YouTube, and then I edited it down with a less than legally acquired copy of Sony Vegas. And you know, it was my first foray into editing, and it was fun. But I didn't do anything with it until, I think, this year. And I just decided to edit some content and upload it to my old YouTube channel. And I had fun with it. It barely got any views, barely got any traction. I really didn't care. I showed it to my friends, they laughed their asses off because it was all like 2020 era memes. But then I started doing this, and I knew from the get-go that I wanted to, like, properly start experiencing how to do content creation proper. I might die again. I need a better strategy. Yeah, I started experiencing how to make content proper. I actually use After Effects. That's my main editing program of choice. It's not the best in the world, but it does what I want it to. And if nothing else, I'm having a lot of fun with it. Nightcore was way better than stuff getting mil views. Well, let's be honest. Let's be 100% honest. We are all biased towards our own content at least a little bit. And you do get this like mental compare and contrast of like, it's weird. Once you start making content, you start looking at how other people make content, and you compare and contrast, and like, instead of just being an average viewer, like, oh, that's edited interestingly. Wait, where did that picture come? Oh, so they did like a slide transition, and you start understanding how people make content. It's the weirdest thing. It's like, back when I was younger, I wasn't a musician. I still hesitate to call myself that now. I've said it before, but pissed you off is the fact that the static image Nightcore got 1 million views. Hey, it's about exposure, and a lot of it's luck, and some people have like base channels already, and then it's dumb. YouTube algorithms and Twitter and social media algorithms are dumb. Let's be honest. YouTube shorts that are getting like hundreds of millions of views are people faking shit. Because it's entertaining content. If you have a clickbait thumbnail, a clickbait title, people will click it. Not to be that guy, but the general average viewer is pretty dumb. Pretty dumb. But I will never shoot people in the foot for their growth, because that sort of downplays the amount of effort that tends to go into stuff. I mean, people who start growing off of literally nothing, kind of BS, but they either know how to exploit the system or they get extremely lucky. So you can't really fault them. Right. I have been the general average viewer for a long time. But it's interesting how your like general, what is it called? Your general like/dislike of certain content changes over time depending on what you're doing. There is of course elitism. But as a general average viewer, and you know, we were all young once. We all watched dumb YouTube videos of people doing dumb things that when you go back and you look at it and you're like, why did I laugh at this? But honestly, I don't care what it is that you're doing, as long as it's not morally horrible, and as long as you're enjoying what it is, do it. Seriously. You may be scraping the bottom of the barrel. You may be making content that appeals to a certain specific audience because you know that's what's gonna get views. But if you enjoy doing it, that's it. That's all that matters. If they're doing it because they want money, I don't believe in that as much. Personally, I am not doing anything after stream, and I did some nice sleepy sleeps beforehand. So yeah, I'm pretty open, as long as I don't pass out. But yeah, I'd love to chat. Honestly, the most open I am, 99% of the time, is when I am in front of the camera, though. Okay. Weird how that works. I don't know, maybe it's because I have this mental image of putting on a performance. So my mind starts to like develop ideas and develop conversation topics and all these things. But even when I'm off stream, if I'm just alone in my room playing video games, sometimes I'll narrate stuff out loud for no reason. Oh yeah. Hey, I know this is a point of contention for some reason, but even if you're lurking, I'm still glad that you're here. Whether or not you are lurking, I honestly don't care. There's people who call out lurkers for some reason. Like, why? Let them exist. People just like to watch streams and be silent. I've lurked a couple times. I don't get that controversy, man. Yeah, we support our lurkers. Some people aren't social bugs. Some people don't want to chat. If you look at a high grade streamer with like thousands of viewers, maybe 100, if not 50, chat regularly. The rest are pretty silent because they just like watching the content. Unless it's like a chat-based thing, then everybody does. And see, that right there is being a good judger of content. It's also being picky, but like I said, the consumer is more fickle than the creator. And hey, I'm picky. I'm a very minimalist person when it comes to who I subscribe to, who I follow, what content I watch, sort of things. It takes me. Here's a really goofy, slightly neurotic thing that I do. If I see a video in my suggestions on YouTube, I'll open it a private tab if I want to watch it, but I don't want it to show up in my like YouTube history, because I like to keep my algorithm clean of like stuff that I don't want to watch. And I'll watch it back on YouTube if I've watched it like 50 times already. Because then it's content that I worth watching. Other the big streamers I watch you. Hey, that's good. Support small streamers. Everyone wants to make content. There are some people who are impossibly tiny and deserve all the love. I definitely am slightly hypocritical though. Yeah, I can watch the same. I can watch the same YouTube video for a month. I may be slightly hypocritical because I haven't really dipped my toes into watching small content creators, even though I am one myself. I still do kind of gravitate towards the big content creators because, hey, I'm fans of them, I look up to them. But I know there's people out there that are worth supporting. It's a big sea, and there are a lot of diamonds in the quote-unquote rough. I definitely should spread my wings, though. Yeah, true. I've joined a couple Discord servers, literally a couple, with the intent of just connecting with people, and I've been like dead silent out of just general shyness and not sure what to say and other things. I think there's a certain level of yeah, that's my fear. I don't want to get bogged down with notifications. But there's a certain degree of like, I need 35,000 XP. When I'm here streaming and like, I don't, it's kind of an ego thing. I tend to be much more open when I'm the primary focus. You need server folders, yeah. I actually at one point had like 8 or 9 Okay, this is a lot for me. I had 8 or 9 servers on my main Discord account. And now it's back down to 4, because I just left all the ones that I wasn't involved in. Sometimes it's good, though. Because if you have a lot of servers, then you can connect with people who are more like me, who don't join a bunch of servers. Because not everyone's going to be part of the same 10, 20 servers. Oh, 40 or to 50. I really hope that you have a lot of your Discord stuff on mute most of the time. Because I could not deal with the constant doodle, doodle, doodle. But yeah, I'm very minimalist. I'm very picky as well. Like on Twitter, on my main Twitter that I use for me, right? I have tried to keep myself under 100 people I'm following because I like to keep a clean timeline. I've seen people who have thousands of followers, and I'm like, how? At that point, you should just not follow anybody, because it's the same level of algorithm at that point. Like, my best friend, right, is horny on main. And he follows, like, 2,000 different artists. And I'm like, okay, sure, buddy. Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, no, it's good that the one that's really important isn't muted, though. That's huge. Made a sus Twitter, everyone found. Yeah, the internet has a tendency, man. That's why I'm hesitant to, like, especially if I start growing, I'm hesitant to really bring up like old past stuff. Because I don't want people to dig up stuff that I've done in the past. I haven't done anything bad in the past. I'm not trying to sound like I've been a serial killer in a past life or something like that. But we've all had our cringe moments. Oh, fair enough. Honestly, respect. I have no problem with LootTubers at all. I myself am not one, but if it's content you want to make, it's content you want to make. I will never deride someone for making content. Unless, like I said, it's morally bad. Like, you shouldn't be making content if you're creating severe problems. Yeah, right? crux of that whole circle. I say it as an outsider because, again, I'm not part of it. Most say-so person you've ever met! Oh, that's nice. But I'm not part of that circle, and the one thing that I've noticed is you always have to set boundaries because not everyone has the same limits you do. And that's a huge, huge thing. Always. You always have to make sure that you respect people's limits. Because, let's be honest, we're all a bit chuny, we're all putting on a show, we're all a bit of a character. There's a normal viewer in it. Nice! Yeah. I think my biggest hope in the future is to at least, I don't know, I'm terribly shy and I feel like I'd be stepping on too many people's toes, but I want to interact with some of the people that I look up to. Whether they're indie or corporate or whoever, but that's like a stretch goal. I'm sure everyone has that goal. It just depends. I definitely should expand my horizons some. But it's struggle bus. For transition, what viewers are on your own when you met. Honestly, getting a kickstart, being on your own is helpful, but eventually, like, asking for help is super useful. I'm starting to do that now. I have too much on my plate. I'm realizing I don't have a lot of time for it, and I'm starting to ask people for help because I need it. Well, then it was meant to be. It was meant to be. True friendship can start in the most interesting of places. Honestly, if we ignore all the BS that technically comes with this sort of what would you call it? This sort of circle of streaming and content creation. I think the biggest thing about VTubing is the amount of friends that you make. Like people come into it not expecting a lot, and you get a ton of really cool friendships. Because it's all art, games, fun, content creation, sometimes music. But you're all like together in one thing, you know? Do the logo and banner for your fundraising? That's awesome! That's awesome! I have infinite respect for anyone who does art. That's so cool. I'm gonna say that a lot. Artist gamer, awesome! Oh man, awesome, awesome, awesome. But yeah, I'm rambling. My point is, like, this is honestly like super fun, and the amount of connections that people have made is really cool to see. Again, I'm hoping. I've set New Year's resolutions for myself, but I have to get out of my own shell before I act on any of those. Okay. That just blows everything out of the water. I have seen the amount of BS work it takes to not only draw but rig a model yourself. That is... Whoa, I can't. It's ridiculous. I'm over here with a 3D that I designed myself, and I look at people who have drawn their own. I'm like, I wish I could do that. But yeah, it's also very costly. Well, depending on rates, because I know they can be expensive. Gotta save up. Art is expensive. Yeah, right? Oh, wait, what the hell happened? That's the one thing that I think is, prevents me from really doing a lot of what is it called? Asking for a lot of help with stuff. Because a lot of the help that I would need is usually of the creative variety, and it's expensive. Because people make a living off of art, and people want to charge you for it because, you know, work isn't free. And I'm sitting here like, I need help with this, this, and this, and I sort of have to do it myself because A, I don't know people, and B, I'm not exactly rich. But that's why people save up, so. One day, one day. For now, I'm content with keeping on the content grind and having fun streaming. I have a couple projects I'm working on myself that I am preparing for March into April, but we'll see how far I get with those. Oh, that's really nice. Some people are way too humble. Definitely. I've seen people who are uber talented who definitely don't charge enough for their work. And it's a shame too, because it's like, wow, you're really selling yourself that short. And it's like, I don't want people to like be avoided by my stuff. And it's like, no, charge people. If it's taking you that much time and your quality's that good, you should charge people. Never sell yourself short if your quality is that high. It's just like 50? That is really nice though. Honestly, if it was deserved, it was deserved. People will always be more appreciative of tips if they're not asking for it than if they're like, hey, can you pay me extra because I put in so much work? That's how you know that someone's trying to get your goat. Well, don't break the bank. But yeah, if it was deserved, it was deserved. Whoa! That's true friendship right there. Funny story about that. So the friend, this is kind of against the point, but the friend that I started like who hit affiliate, one of my other friends, his Twitch got hacked. And someone bought, I think it was like 10,000 bits. And eventually he got his money back, but he kept the bits. So he just shows up to my friend's stream one day and just donates all 10,000 bits. It's like, did you just give me $100? He's like, yeah, dude. She did way more than draw just a logo and a banner. Oh, okay, then yeah. Yeah, there's no way she should have sold herself short on that. Come on. People are too humble, man. I see it all the time. Humility is good, though. I won't say it's not. I've seen more people who aren't humble, and it's kind of annoying. Oh, I forgot that I'm on a high round. I should probably pay attention. There we go. Can I put Relentless Food down, maybe? But yeah, the ones that are too humble, it's like, man, express yourself more. You deserve it. It's tough though, because what is it called? A lot of people have imposter syndrome, where you feel like you don't deserve what you get, so you sell yourself short. My dad used to be in a cover band, and he was in an original band too. Pretty local, but still he played to an audience of 1,000, so I think he did a good job. But he would never charge gigs too much, and he would always do all the work himself because he wasn't sure that he wanted other people to help him out. And he wouldn't book excessively like a lot of the other gigs would. And he always felt imposter syndrome. Like, I don't feel like I'm doing good. But he's got a bunch of compliments. Like, you're a really good guitar player. He's like, thank you. Stopped using PayPal a while ago. Oh. A lot of artists use PayPal. I didn't know that. Thought a lot of them did use Ko-fi. Okay. I can get Sky Shredder. Boop. Whoa! Yeah, no, that's a good reason to stop. Yeah, that'll set off some alarm bells. That's ridiculous. I've tried to be very careful with stuff like that, but hey, one day it'll definitely happen and it'll piss me off. First Twitch payout too. Ah, okay. All right, now I'm scared of affiliate again. We've come full circle. I'm too young for this money handling business. I'm not, I really should be adapted at this point, but I'm too young for all this money handling business. So many payout options. Oh, okay. Yeah, but isn't that like a super bad idea? Because if someone hacks into your Twitch, you get like your entire account information exposed, like you get doxxed. That feels like that's really bad. Again, I tend to not trust people too much, but I also really don't trust the internet. I'm in fear. Yes and no? Oh, if you have two-factor. Yeah, okay. Again, I play more cautionary just because I've heard a lot of bad experience both from close friends and from I've seen it for people online, so. The one thing that would sour pretty much anything that I could ever do is if I'm having a good time, doing what I want, having a wonderful experience, and then some asshat from, like, I don't know, somewhere in like Europe decides to get into my account and like destroy it, and I'd be so pissed. I don't even know. You don't even know your password? Oh, because of the two-fact. Okay. I have a password book, not physical, but it's locked down with a password of its own. So, and they're all different to an extent. I wouldn't be able to remember like 50, 40, 50 passwords. So, yeah, exactly. Password manager. I try to make it easy just in case I forget. Or I don't, like, have my password manager open. And it's a good rule of thumb. Because there'll be that occasional jaunt where you show up to a website that you never... You made an account for a long time ago and like, what is my password? And if you look it up in your password manager, it's like, oh, it's not there. It's probably something that I did a long time ago. And then you have to rack through your mental files and figure it out. But it's about safety. You know, the one good lesson they teach you in school is be smart online. Because you never know who you are. 20, 40 characters, randomized letters, number of symbols. Yeah, no, you're fine. I mean, if someone uses like that 256 hash nonsense, they'll still get in, but it's gonna take a while to crack. What am I getting? Oh, darling Gunner! Cool stuff! Oh, I need to be logged into Ancestry feature. Oops. Hey! Wow, I'm getting a lot of viewers today. Good to see people. I am currently, whether or not I actually achieve it, trying to, from a fresh save, get as far as I can on Monkey Meadow. I've already done all the easy tracks. Yep, just gotta protect yourself, exactly. So now let's go into the medium. I'm doing all right. Weather's gotten warmer. so I've been able to touch grass for once. I've been kind of stuck inside because of snow and general cold. I hate cold. But I'm doing alright. How long do I normally stream? It depends. If it's on the shorter side, usually 2.5 hours. If I'm like dedicating to something or I'm doing a challenge or something like that. You like cold to a point? Good. If I'm like dedicated to something, I can push to like 5 or 6. It just depends. Normally it's like 3. Especially when I'm playing a long game. Like I played the entirety of the BioShock series over the past month or so. And every stream I did was just under 3 hours. 12 plus! Sorry. 16! Okay. Now, pardon my utter disbelief. But how? How? I cannot sit and do that. Partly for 30, yeah. I really tend to push to get to 3 or 4 hours sometimes. Honestly, if I'm having a good time though, I can push it. It's just a majority of the time it's like, ugh. Sometimes I don't eat enough, sometimes my voice gets gravelly. Sometimes I'm really tired because I didn't sleep enough. You know, I don't pay attention to myself, so. But 16? That's why I'm terrified. Yeah, hey, at least, hey, if it's an achievement nonetheless. But, what was I saying? Yeah, like, I've seen people do endurance stuff. And I know what subathons are. Yeah, based on that, you do stream a lot. I know what subathons are. I've seen people do like 10 to 12 hour streams because they switch to multiple things in between and they have BRBs and a lot of stuff. Hour and 45? Hey, that's still decent. I know people who stream on average about an hour or two. 3-4 months. 3-4 months. I would assume that they either took breaks or slept or turned the stream off and then started it back up again with the timer and not actually sat in front of their computer for 3 or 4 months because, listen, I don't care who you are, that is unhealthy. They slept on stream! What even? Okay. Listen, I've been on the internet for a while, so I've seen some crazy stuff. 3 or 4 months of a subathon. What? Pardon my disbelief again, but what? Yeah, also congrats to them, because there was definitely a lot of support, but 3 to 4 months! I should put down more of these. That terrifies me. That terrifies me. Yeah, no, but you know, at least they got support. So that is something to be proud of. But dear God. I know that as humans we are very hardy creatures. And I've done my fair share of sitting in front of a computer for long extended periods of time. Definitely more than's healthy. But I've never sat in front of my computer for longer than a day. For any reason. I think the main, like, if you're gonna do something of that degree, of that length, the main thing to really pay attention to is making sure that you're hydrated, making sure that you're eating properly, more than 5 hours. And that's more that can be said for a lot of people these days. But yeah, making sure you're eating properly, making sure that you're paying attention to time, doing everything that you're supposed to do, like outside of streaming, obviously. Keeping an eye on your health, you know? I have not been paying attention to the game because I've been reacting to the fact that someone has streamed for 3 or 4 months. Honestly, if I don't black border... Oh, fair. I know a little bit about hardware. Yeah, I'd feel that. I know a little bit about hardware to get by, but I've had my fair share of hiccups too, but I'm assuming it's like it was a detriment that like everything just started collapsing. That's the worst. Preparing for something for a long period of time and then just having the rug pulled from out from under you. Oh, it sucks. It's like, oh yeah, I'm really excited. We're gonna do this thing. And then, well, that's not happening. Case in point, I tried to play the Dead Space remake. My PC can't fucking handle it. So I'm stuck. I have to wait until I get back to my actual home. Okay, yeah, no, fine. But I can imagine. That's why, you know, it's a good idea to be prepped for stuff. I've said a bunch that I tend to prepare a lot, and it's so that I try to cover all my bases. And I'm more pessimistic than I am optimistic. That's a time scale and a half. Yeah, I didn't think about 3 or 4 months. Hey, if your upload speed's good, I've seen people work with potatoes. So you'd be shocked at how much you can work with weird technology. I was shocked I've been able to play the games that I have on this PC, though it did cost me more than a lot. Bitrate was 2000 max. Hey, as long as it didn't look too crispy. Unless it was 720/30, which then, who cares? I know the tech nerds care about like high resolution and frame rates and things, but if I'm playing at 1080/60, like when I'm not streaming or doing something crazy, I'm fine. That's, I think, what console resolutions have standardized at now, which is commendable. I think we've come far enough. Wow, I'm actually paying attention to the game all of a sudden. Fuck. God, yeah, god damn. My words exactly. That's, you know, I'm very appreciable of the fact that I have low latency. Back in the 60s. Hey, but hey, you know, if you still could stream and people stuck around and hung out even with a massive delay, then it still worked, right? Again, I've seen people do crazy things with a lot less. The only reason I have spent money on tech and things, run fast food registers. Oh, that's gold. That's gold. Oh man, but yeah, no. The only reason that I spend a degree on like tech and things is just because I want stuff to run smoothly. I don't want to have that mental hiccup. Right, plan B. I'm much more focused on the content I'm making rather than DDR3 at 16 gigs. Oh, so yeah, it's been a while for that sort of tech. Yeah, not even DDR4, bruh. I've seen some horror stories with technical difficulties, and I'm kind of hearing one now. Not to throw you under the bus. No cheap integrated graphics. Oh dear. But like I said, it doesn't matter if the stream is good and people are entertained. Bare minimum is still good. I laugh and I kid, but it's all in jest. Hey, you can stream it at 4K, 260 FPS, 4090 graphics card, playing like, I don't know, Modern Warfare 2 or Warzone 2.0 at maximum resolution, like ultra graphics. But if you're not entertaining, people aren't gonna stick around. Hey, 2 terabyte internal, 2 terabyte external is great. I understand that is the saving grace. But yeah, it really isn't about PC specs. Some people are addicted to the high of like having good PCs and bragging about their specs and things like that. But it truly isn't about that. It's much more about what you do with it. Right, the worse the setup, the more people are entertained. Very true. I think there's a certain charm to having a lot of this. Oh no. I think there's a certain charm to people kind of starting with the bare minimum and growing from there, because it shows perseverance. It shows that they're not out there to like do a lot with a lot. They're out there to do a lot with very little. Cost around 40. Ugh. All right, we're gonna stop the music. We're gonna stop the music. You're telling me you would spend as much money on a PC as I would on a new car? Huh? All right, back to the game. Okay, I thought that my best friend was crazy. That's crazy! That thing would be future-proof for like 3 decades, though. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm sure there's a justifiable reason. And it's not pure insanity. Right? Right? Well, okay. Oh, it is insanity. Okay, great. Well, to tell you a bit of a story, I had a teacher back in high school. It was for one of my engineering classes. Yeah, I took engineering in high school. I know, crazy. But he was also a freelance photographer. And if you know anything about photography, the higher the resolution of the image, and the more post-processing you do to it, the more space it takes up. So this guy had like a 20 terabyte workstation just for photography. The amount of storage that actually is unbelievable. Just for photography. Not videos, not anything like that, just photography. Single purpose. And it was a beast as well. That might be a pretty mid-range example these days. But back like 6-7 years ago, that was crazy talk. Now people are talking 8K and 16K monitors. I'm sitting here like, dude, can I just deal with like 1080 and 2K, please? I would talk about PC specs up and down, but to me that's a dick measuring contest, and if it works, it works. My rule of thumb is if your PC is future-proof for 5 to 10 years, you don't really need to upgrade it. If it's starting to get on into years, then maybe think about it, save up some money. But if it plays the games that you want at a frame rate that you expect, and it's good for the next couple of years, I think that's worth it. I try not to be a deficit spender with stuff like that, because I know it can be very much a money pit. Wow, we are popping a lot of balloons. Oh, I can get more upgrades. Right. Yeah. I mean, the thought is there, the dream is there, but it's whether or not you can. Hey, actually, you know what? Don't say never. Never say never. I said never once or twice in my life, and I got opportunities that I never thought would be even possible. Right, that is why it's a dream. Fair. I have a dream. I've had multiple dreams, some of which I'm working to achieve. Will I ever get there? Fuck if I know. Would I love to get there? Absolutely. But it is about perseverance and, you know, working through a lot of what makes life not so good. Because there is that to it a lot too. A lot of achieving your dreams comes with dealing with a lot of problems. And I've had a couple. Obviously wouldn't like to divulge because I don't like to talk about problems a lot. Sad stuff makes me sad. But it's about pushing through. All right. Never say never. You're saying never, say never, and you should never say never. That means you should say never. Okay, I'm gonna have to read that again. You never say never. You're saying never say never. And if you should never say never, that means you should say never. Oh, I see how I got my English mixed up. You should not ever say never. Okay, words. Yeah, words. I'm a native English speaker, and even I can't speak English. I've said this once already. So to like put this. All right, here's a quote. No. All right, so you never want to ever never say never, because if you never say never, then never you never said. Then if you say never, then that means you never said never, but you never say never, so therefore never. Whenever you never say never, then you say never. But when you say never, you've never said never. So now you're saying never. So in that case, you should never say never. So then don't say never. All right, sorry, I powered down a little bit there. I may have overloaded a couple circuits. Yeah, me too. I think the biggest takeaway is what was I even saying? Sorry, I forgot the past 30 seconds. Good old brain fry. Only happens occasionally. And by occasionally, I mean way more than necessary. I feel like the neurological pathway between my brain and my mouth is way shorter than it should be. I've said stuff in the past, like both when I was younger and when I'm older. If you should not say never ever, what if it's something bad? Use a synonym. But I have a tendency to either way overthink what I'm going to say and not think enough about what I'm going to say. So I have a tendency to ramble, and I have a tendency to talk too much and divert conversation. Whether or not that's good or bad depends on how much you're interested. Say Revan! New word just dropped? That honestly sounds like a name of either a Sith Lord from Star Wars or a paracausal creature. And I'm not just making that up. 2023 update go crazy. Can we talk about a new slang term that I can't tell if it should piss me off or make me laugh, both in unison? Why did we shorten the word charisma to Riz? Why did we do that? I know that we shortened the word suspicious to sus, but why did we shorten the word charisma to Riz? Why are we using that now? What rapper said that? I see people use it pretty ironically, and then it's funny, but people who actually use it, it's like, ew, get away from me. Stop. Like I said, I hate modern slang. What's charisma and what's Riz? Well, charisma is the ability to hold a conversation and have people interested in you. Riz is the middle three letters. I.e., native English speakers have decided, you know what, this word's too long. If you have Riz, you get bitches. Is that true? Is that true? I don't know, man. Another reason hating. Yep. As a native English speaker, I hate my own language as much as the next guy. There is so much wrong with the way that English was created, man. I mean, it's a natural process of, like, how language was developed. That's how you've heard people really? I thought it was just short for charisma. That's worse. Should have stuck to Russian. Hey, honestly, learning more than one language is still, I'd say, one of the best things you can do. A lot of us over in North America, well, mainly the United States. Canada's good for French, or French-Canadian. But a lot of us stuck over in the US really only know English. So we're stuck with our one native language. And you actually really do learn a lot by speaking multiple languages. Oh, did I pick the wrong upgrade? Oh, I picked the wrong upgrade. I've learned more from talking to people who are bilingual, trilingual, whatever you'd like to say, than people who know one language. Because language, I've taken a couple of culture classes, which is why I kind of know what I'm talking about. Language and culture are intertwined. A nation can often be defined by its language. Yes, it very much is. If you're talking your screen name, yes. Your real name, I would like to not know, to keep the kayfabe. But yes, Miyako is very Japanese. Yeah, okay, just making sure. Don't wanna dox anybody. Mine is not, for intentional reasons. But yeah, knowing multiple languages is super open to, like, cultural knowledge. That's why it's always good to know people who you know, that's good enough. It's super good to know people who know multiple languages. I would know. I've taken a degree in global language studies. Have I done anything with it? No. Did I learn a lot? Yeah. Good old arts degree. You can't see my hands, but I did just snap my fingers. Four languages? Honestly, that is impressive. Most have a username as their streamer name. Yeah, that was my idea too. Again, I'm to break the illusion a little bit. I am playing a character to a degree, so having a character name instead of a screen name, I think was beneficial. And hey, it's like my first name is a normal, everyday person's name. So if someone calls me Jake, it's like, oh, hey, that's me. That's me. And it's not something weird or against the grain. How did I lose? I'm not paying attention. But hey, some people are really creative with names too. Oh. Wait, actually, that's kind of cool. Oh man, I've talked about like writing stories before, and that scares me. Russian and Spanish, and then English and a tiny bit of Polish. Hey, that's decent. That's more than I can say. I'm a native English speaker, and I'm conversational Japanese, and that's as far as I go. Holy hell! That is a stretch goal. Go for it. Go for it. I say go for it. Expand your artistic horizons. Or get help. Either way, be the master of your own destiny. That's really cool, honestly. I have a couple ideas for what I want to do with quote unquote me. I'm really just myself most of the time. Yeah, honestly, I'm really just myself most of the time. The main reason I'm, you know, using this is for the sake of anonymity. But if I lean into the character some, who knows? Maybe I'll make something cool out of it. I do have a lore video that I made myself in 2 weeks on crunch time, and it was the first time I'd ever used After Effects, and it's kind of meh in hindsight, but I'm proud of it nonetheless. And it's decent. Leaving the room for side stories. Damn! That future-proofing in hindsight is really gonna help. Yeah. I'd say of all the artistic endeavors you can take for like concept design and character and all these things, writing a fleshed out story is probably one of the hardest. There's so many things that go into writing stories that people don't realize. Like good characters, good plot, exposition, world building, keeping the reader entertained. There's a million things that go into it that you wouldn't see at face value. And people are also extremely critical of stories. Like, amateur artists are, like actual artists as in people who draw, are much more open. And it's easier to be an amateur artist than it is to be an amateur writer. People who read books are very, very critical of the books that they're reading because, hey, they're visualizing a story. Also, that starting from scratch and having to redo stuff, story of my life. I genuinely wonder how many times it's possible to reconceptualize the same thing over and over again before you get bored of your own idea. Half of season 2 and start it over because you want to make one change. There's that perfectionism rearing its ugly head again. Though, it seems like it's a pain, it does, to start over from scratch. But as I learned from like one Blender tutorial, it's actually a good idea to start over because when you create an idea and you flesh it out the first time, when you do it again, what ends up happening is you get, you take all the experience that you got doing it before, and now you can do it better. You still have the very first, hey, keeping the old stuff is always good. Because you can look back and if there's any details that somehow got lost in the process, you can add them back in. A lot is different, yeah. I have a simpler example. I'm an amateur musician, and I've written a couple things in the past. And I made a really crappy demo of a song that I had developing for a while, and then I did it again after I had gotten new musical assets, a new workstation, new plugins and stuff. And I changed how it sounded and how it was written. And I look back at the old version and it sounds like a GarageBand, and I look at the new version and it sounds better mixed, and there's so much more about it that I appreciate. Because I went back to it and did it again. And to pull the Band-Aid off a little bit, one of the projects I am working on for this this whole thing is musical. And I might actually revisit that track a third time and rewrite it again. And hey, it's a good exercise to go back and like see progress, right? I need to upgrade some towers. I'm chatting and assuming that the game is going to play for me. How are we doing on the Ninja Monkey? Oh, I don't have any upgrades for you. That's a bad. Who do I want to go with? Bloon Jitsu, probably. Yeah. Plan to one day release the original story. Honestly, I'd say that's a really fun idea. People do look back stuff all the time, like, hey, look at how far I've come, and it's interesting to see where the origin of different things. I'm sure you could ask any like movie director, any author, any artist, anything like that. They've gone back and they've redone old work, and you can see the growth. Not until you finish all the story, yeah. Well, it would be weird to show the original story off and then say, this is a work in progress. I'm doing the next one. No, you want to get the final product out there first, and then go back and show people, hey, this is what it was. But that's what being a creative type is like. You often retread old steps because you want to make sure that it's better. And it's that constant striving to improve that I think a lot of people get trapped in. But it's a good thing. You don't think anyone saw it, so it's still secret? Fair. It might be a bit of a detriment to me, but I'm keeping a lot of what I'm working on under wraps. Because I want it to be done before I talk about it. I might like teaser it and stuff in the future, but right now I'm still in the midst of it. So it'd be weird to say, "Hey, I'm doing this." Like this is happening, because then it might not. The original is a joke compared to what you've done with the new one. It's weird how, what is it, when you develop a concept at first, it's often a skeleton, and you're like, yeah, this feels complete, and then you look back at it and you go, I could add stuff here, I can 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 throw stuff here, here and here and here, and then it just gets bigger and bigger and more grandiose, and there's more detail, and you look back at the original thing and you're like, wow, that's like nothing. I failed again. Oh, that's why, because it's backwards. So I need to plan ahead. I don't even know if I'm going to black border this today. 7 pages. I mean, if you wanted that to be a book, yeah, 7 pages is not a lot. Unless it was just like a lore script. That's reasonable. Mine is a 2-minute video. with animation so basic that you go, did he just do this with just frames? And I say, yes. Finished product of it? Yes, exactly. Well, I mean, if you want it to be a book, it's going to have some length. Book length is subjective, though. Sometimes you can write a book that's only, what, like 10 chapters, and it's only like 100 pages-ish? Short story. Novella, I think they call it. And then you can have The Hobbit. And I'm no J.R.R. Tolkien. So I don't know if I can write that intensely. Alright. Let's see here. Paying someone to rewrite it? Getting a second hand to help is always good. I may sound like a broken record, but it's really amazing to see what people can do all on their own, but sometimes you do have to take a second and say, okay, I just can't. Yeah, exactly. What do they call those? There's a word for it. I'm sure you know better than me. It's something with writing where you draft something, hand it to them, they improve it, and then they give it back. It's like an annotator or something. Ghostwriter? Well, not quite. Ghostwriter sort of implies that someone has written it entirely for you, and it's not your idea. Or at least that's the more derogatory form of what ghostwriter might mean. I think like annotator or proofreader. Proofreader, I think. It's been a while since I've taken writing class in school. I think it's proofreader. Editor! Duh! English is hard. That was what I was thinking of as editor. Someone who doesn't necessarily write it from scratch, but does go and tune it and adjust it. Yep, it's an editor. See, this is why I need help with stuff, because even I can't think of the words I'm trying to say. Oh, God forbid. Oh, I'm proud of how far I've come just by myself so far. You actually have someone who edits all your writing. Then they're your editor. They are your official editor. And they should be treated as such! And by that I mean friendly. Because remember, the editor is the one who is changing the wording of your work. So if you're a jerk, then they can just add penis in somewhere you wouldn't see it. Oh, that's a good exchange. A skill for a skill. I actually did that once when I was very young. Someone wrote a short story, was like, hey, can you proofread and edit this? And I was like, yeah, sure. It was like a paragraph, but they assumed I was a better writer, and when I handed it back, they were like, oh, this is better. I haven't written a single thing in like 10 years. So my skill is dead. It's dead in the water. Oh, fair. Again, sometimes people's humility pisses me off. It's like, take the money! You do good work! Take the money! But it's better to be humble than it is to be egotistical. Do I have this fully upgraded yet? Oh, I can! Boop. Well, not fully upgraded, but close enough. Yeah, never do something good for good. Never do something you're good at for free. Right. Though there is that flip side to it where sometimes you do have to get paid an exposure, as they say. God, that term carries so much vitriol. But sometimes you do need to just grow But you should really just never do anything for free. Honestly, I think doing something for free is worse than not doing it at all. At least if you get acclamations for it, then I think it's worth it. But if someone's like, hey, can you do this for me? And you go, yeah, sure. That's full altruism, and people respect that. People really like when you do stuff like that, but you often get nothing in exchange, or people walk all over you like you're a doormat. So, hey, having both is good. Honestly, if it doesn't take time out of your day, then sometimes just being like, oh yeah, I can do this for free. And if it takes like a short period of time, that's fair. But it's all you're essentially playing with profitability, and that's its own can of worms. It all comes back around to if you enjoy what you're doing. I'll say again, if you enjoy what you're doing, that is the most important part of anything. Always. Always, always, always. I've seen it firsthand. If you turn a hobby into a job, you start hating what you're doing. But if you keep it a hobby, even if it makes a small small profit, if you keep it a hobby and you stay if you stay content with what you're doing and you enjoy what you're doing, that's better. The money might not be there, but that's nah. Fire for Photoshop editing. Well, by the fact that you say it used to be, oh, okay, never mind. I had assumed that it became a business and you started hating it, but at least it was fun. It sounds like. I've never actually used Fiverr. I know it's a good resource for people who are trying to like get their skills out there. So is Skeb for artists and obviously Ko-fi. Oh, and Twitter, but Twitter's a bit of a bitch. I've said a million times, I have great respect for anyone who does, who draws and does like emotes and graphic design and characters and all these things. But it must be a pain in the ass trying to advertise yourself on Twitter with a million GFX bots. Most times if someone asks you to make them something, you know, make it for free. Damn, I wish I was good at Photoshop. Graphic design's hard. There's finesse to it. Right? Right? Oh, I hate it. My favorite is the like I'm gonna put you in a group with 43 people. That's my favorite. One coming from street chat. Oh my god. Ban that son of a bit. Yeah, yeah. I would have said it. That would be a clippable moment. I would have said it. But I have less filter. Always like, oh, that's camo, that's camo, that's camo! Whatever. Oh, is it 56? Alright, whatever. Ban people, no hesitation. Yeah. I had to give my one example so far. I had one person come into stream while I was chatting, because I hadn't done a chatting stream in a little bit, and I wanted to do one. And they started off the rip talking about random nonsense. Yeah, you don't follow my rules, you're done. They started talking about random nonsense. I was like, okay, this is fine. And then it got weirdly political. And like I was hesitant to let them go at first. But then after a while it started getting really, really annoying. So I just stealth bammed him. I just disabled my chat, stealth banned, because he was the only one there. Stealth banned him, and that was the end of that. Because, you know, we listen. Streamers are very open most of the time. It's always good to chat with people. It's always fun to talk about different things and different subjects, and everyone's open to chat a lot of the time. But if you're going to be a belligerent... Sorry, pardon my extreme language here for a moment. But if you're going to be a belligerent fuck and derail someone's stream just because you need to talk about your stupid bullshit, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Seriously. I see too much of that shit all the time, and it pisses me off. The amount of rules they have. Yeah, right. The rules are in place to keep everything cozy and to introduce people who are, you know, open to not being complete asshats 24/7. So if you can't respect the rules, then you don't belong. Get the fuck out. Simple as that. There's too many people who A, expect way more than is necessary out of the people that they follow, and B, think that they have divine right to say whatever the hell they want to say just because of who they are. And both of those are incorrect. Right, yeah, 100%. My rules and regulations are actually pretty, pretty standard, purely for the fact that I haven't had a lot of bad actors yet. I've had a couple, but it's never been a serious problem. Everyone who's come in and like stayed in chat has either been really open or occasionally like said A, B, or C, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. But then you get the one bad egg, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing here? Sorry, I don't usually use extreme language, but it's a very touchy subject. I despise people who just decide to be belligerent because they find it entertaining. I hate that. I hate that. If that's the one thing I ever go on rants about, it'll be that. Bad language is your I just try to. I normally have a sailor mouth. I'm gonna be completely honest. I do. Especially when I'm playing competitive games, I'm very toxic and I'm a very big sore loser. But when I just chat or when I play games live on stream, I try to at least hold back some, because not everyone wants to hear you swear 94 times in a minute. And, you know, sometimes it's better to, especially when you're having more in-depth conversations or very specific subjects, sometimes it's better to leave the colorful language out, just because people don't need to hear emotion all the time. Especially when you're, like I said, especially when you're talking about very specific things. The emotion comes in when it's needed. Yeah, the emotion comes in when it's needed. But a majority of the time, it's like, I wouldn't say censor yourself. If you want to say something, say something. But I don't think people need to swear all the time, every second. I don't think they have to. It's funny when it's warranted, but it's not necessary. Though if you do swear a lot, it can be difficult to not swear sometimes. It just comes out. It's like, oh, my bad. I didn't mean to say that. Oopsie daisy. I'm thankful in the fact that, I don't know if it's because of my heritage, how I've grown up, who I've lived with, but I have a good degree of inflection in my voice, so I can convey emotion without using excessive language. I know there's a couple of people who are more monotone and tend to not raise their voice excessively. Some people are just soft-spoken. Right, yeah. Sometimes it does slip, exactly. But you can convey surprisingly a lot if you give yourself a degree of emotion. Not to say that being monotone isn't a good way to convey things. Like, I've known people who just barely ever raise their voice, and I still am great friends with them. Getting spooked is honestly really funny, though. For those watching. For those vicariously watching the streamer. For the streamer, it sucks. It sucks ass. Like, I really want to play Phasmo. Because I've never played Phasmophobia before. And I'm not too bad with horror, but I feel like that would be a great experience to, like, see how bad I am. You know? But I don't know, I'm not usually spooked that easy. Jump scares suck. I hate jump scares. I think that they're cheap and they should not be in video games. I'm much more of a psychological atmospheric horror kind of person. But sometimes it's like, oh, and then a swear occasionally slips out. Most of the time with me, it's some variation of Jesus. Also, very, very interestingly, I don't know if this is true for everyone, but it's like the angrier you are, the more creative you are with your language. Yeah, right? The angrier you are, the more creative you are with your language. Like, I mentioned before, I'm pretty toxic. I dislike the fact that I'm toxic, but sometimes I just need to vent. And when I'm playing with people, I'm not with people, I'm not talking with anybody, but I need to vent because, one, I know I can play better. Yeah, right? One, I know I can play better, and two, I know that people are better than me, and I should strive to improve. But at the time that I'm being angry, I'm a sore loser, and I'm like, there's no way that they managed to kill me. How the hell did they do that? And the angrier I get, the more creative my insults get. Where I'm like pulling at straws for random stuff. I once said, okay, here comes some brain rot, because I can't stop talking about this damn series. I play Destiny a lot. I play Destiny 2 a lot. And occasionally, rage compilations get true. But also, I have an image I want to project. I'm kidding. But I play Destiny 2 a lot. And I play the worst part of it, which is the PvP side of things, a lot. And there was one time where I was fighting someone who was using a loadout from like 3 years ago. Like, it's completely deprecated, it's not useful anymore. And I think the exact expression I used, I'm not gonna say it verbatim because it had much more swears in it, but it was, bro, are you seriously using this? That's from like season 7. What, are you bringing revolutionary weapons to the Civil War? What's wrong with you? It was something like that. I was using historical references to say how much I hated this person's loadout just because they were killing me. And I've gotten more creative than that, but I often get on loops of stuff. Thanks. But I often get on loops of stuff, but it's when you get pissed, you get pissed. And sometimes logic goes out the window. But that's gaming. That's how we game. But I do wish I was less toxic. I have days where I really enjoy myself and I have a very fun time. But a majority of the time, I get pretty toxic. Just because I want things to go smoothly and they never do, because there are always better players who, let's be honest, don't go outside. They just don't go outside. I'm sure that in games, regardless of what it is, it could be Call of Duty, it could be Overwatch, it could be Destiny, where I do better than someone else, they get on that train of, dude, this guy doesn't go outside. He probably plays this game so much that he could probably live and breathe it. I'm sure I've gotten that comment from people every so often. Someone called me pathetic once. That was a real mood booster. I can't believe I haven't done this stage yet, man. But that's gamer culture for you. If I'm not winning at the video game, then that means that you're bad. That's why one of my like resolutions when I first started this whole thing was to get better at video games, both so I can rage less and so I can have more fun. I'm not bad at video games by any means. Like, I traditionally play most single-player games on hard because I like the challenge. But I'm not great either. A coward for running away from your fight in a random game. Like, out loud, I would assume, right? I do all of it internally because I'm terrified of yelling at people and having them make fun of me. You know, it's like yelling at a brick wall. I do that a lot. They turn around and... My favorite is when you taunt someone in the middle of a game. Because they're either being an asshat or you kill them after being an asshat. And then for the rest of the game, they wreck you so you can't do it again. Which pisses you off more. It's like a really skilled player who you finally kill after they're a nuisance for like half the match. And then you like teabag them or something. And then for the rest of the game, you can't even get a hit off because now they're hyper-focused on you and it's like, shit! I've had times though where I've turned it around and I've made someone really regret their decision. I'm sure a lot of like decent or mid-range players, especially if FPS games, have had at least one like what is it called? One hero moment or something like that. Oh man, we are the same. We are the same. However, I have not erased anger from my existence, which, oh dear. I'm terrified of future me doing any more physical damage to my surroundings. Do you mind if I would throw a number out there? Would it disappoint you? Of how many monitors I've actually broken? I've broken more controllers than I've broken monitors. Because I play most games on controller. And remember, these are not cheap. I have broken 4 monitors. I have broken 4 separate monitors. 1 TV, 2 flat screens, and a curved screen. Actually, sorry. 1 TV, 1 flat screen, 2 curved screens. 2 of which were more than $300. Do I regret those decisions? Yes. Yes, a lot. But in the moment, fists a flying, and a spiderweb crack screen a coming. But yeah, I have physical anger issues too. I can definitely mitigate it, but I don't know. Video games bring out the demon, which is why I try to avoid excessive like I don't want a hardcore game on stream anytime soon. If I do, it would be for a challenge. Maybe I should do that. But I don't want to cause property damage. So, off stream it stays. Nerve damage in your right... Oh, dear. Yeah, thankfully I haven't caused any physical damage to myself, but I've caused monetary damage to myself and emotional damage. Emotional damage! 3 years? Honestly, props. It's like I'm talking to someone who's in AA. Good for going clean. I still need to get there. I think once in a few years or so, I'll probably mellow out some. My current main occupation is still the tail end of like my education, and I spend most of my time playing video games. But when I get busy, it's only scars. But when I get more busy, I think I'll mellow out to a degree, because I won't have as much time to be angry. I've broken 6 controllers though. Mainly from throwing. All your scars on your bottle because it's a mix of what you am, who you want to be in fantasy. That is actually super cool. To be blatantly honest with you, what you see on screen right now is roughly half actually me. it's not super different from how I actually am. So I do it for anonymity, but it is also partially like actually me. So I think a lot of people do that, to be fair. Collarbone in your arms. That is a really, I mean, obviously, like, IRL, it probably is, I'm not sure if it would be something to be proud of, but maybe it's something to remember. But on the model, I think that's a really cool design choice. I've seen people who have had, like, so many different design cues all come together and make something brilliant, so. Honestly, it's the little things, it's the little details. The big picture is obviously important, but the little details are super, super important to characters as well. It also is a story to tell. It's a story to tell. Always. Rather you haven't gathered more scars in the past. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's, okay, yeah. Well, that's unavoidable. That's going to leave a scar. On the topic of character design, though, there is definitely an appeal to big picture stuff compared to what is it? Brain. Compared to minor details. There's also a degree of attention that should be paid to like color palettes and things. I notice. Like you can get a color palette really, really wrong, but have a great character design. And it can salvage what would otherwise be something that people would go, ew, why would you mix those colors? And vice versa. You can have a character palette that is really solid and a character design that's kind of basic, and that would work too. As long as it's not you know, horrible, a horrible mix of colors. I'm going to die because I didn't think about future-proofing. I'm gonna put a spike factory down. Though I can even see most of the scars. Well, the thing about characters is they are a representative of us. So even if a general audience can't see it, the details are still there. And I think that's more important. I mean, a majority of the time, for people, the most that you see is the top half. You don't even see the lower body. But for full character designs, it's like, there's more to it than that. And they are, again, they are a direct representation, so. A reflection of us. And obviously it depends on how you want to present yourself. Some people do it as a complete dissociation. Some people do it as a mix of themselves and, you know, high fantasy, obviously. And then some people just go, what if I was anime? And then that's just it. That's the end of the story. Which, nothing wrong with any of those. Some people do it for anonymity, some people do it for the sake of building a character and telling stories. And both are respectable. It's just the content that you make that I think is important too. Can never shirk the content. You can spend hundreds, if not thousands, on modeling and assets and all these things, but if the content isn't there, then it wasn't meant to be in the first place. Tough pill to swallow for a lot of people, but money does not make the world go round, though many people have said that that is the case. It definitely helps. But it is not the be-all, end-all. I wonder how many more times I'm gonna have to do this one stage before I beat it. think I've done this 4 times now. Something like that. I might have it, though. This might be the run. Thank you. Six more rounds to go, ladies and gents. 6 more rounds. I'm staring very intently at the screen. Okay. The pop sounds? I don't know if they've been adding or subtracting from the whole the conversations that I've had today. Potentially. God. So, to tell you a little bit of how my brain works, right? Because I just got mad at myself. I'm super duper, like, when I listen to music a lot of the time, I listen to a lot of my favorite songs over and over and over again because, yeah, obviously they're my favorite songs. Why wouldn't I? But even songs that I don't like. Hey, good to see you. Even songs that I don't like, I tend to like specific parts of them, and I deal with earworms a lot, where even if it's a part of the song that isn't necessarily the most interesting part, it just repeats over and over and over and over in my head. Not even the whole song. I might not even like the whole song. I just like the first, like, I just like that 30 seconds, and it's just over and over and over again in my head. And sometimes something that I haven't thought about in a while all of a sudden comes back, and it just starts looping again. And it's like, oh god. And that just happened. Like, I remembered a song from a while ago, and I audibly said, oh god, while I was watching the rounds go, because it started looping in my head again, and now it won't get out. Right? Yeah, exactly. Ever-increasing blue waves, no breaks at the end of each round. Save games will start. Oh, wait, so... Oh, no, I don't need this. I don't need to do Apocalypse. Okay. Well, that's earworms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I have to win 7 times. 7 times to black border this. I'm gonna use Quincy. I am. Honestly, I say this a lot, but I didn't think I would get as far as I have. But it's not easy. For one, I'm not 100% focused on the game because, y'all are here and I'm having fun talking with you. But for what it's worth, I'm doing better than I thought I was going to. I also didn't realize how fast I'm getting XP. Maybe it's because I'm using the same towers a lot. That's probably what it is. Is there any towers I haven't been using? Oh, banana farms. Wait, actually, I should ignore them because if I'm going to do chimps, I can't use them anyway. We'll see. Yeah, I'm surprised. What? What about banana farms? What about banana farms? If I'm gonna do chimps, I can't use them. So I'm preparing the strategy. They're not bad, I love them. But I just can't use them right now. I mean, I can. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My apologies to the representatives of Bananaville. What I meant to say was, I am creating relationships with the banana people and collecting their donations to me. I think that's better. Okay, I think I dodged a bullet. Okay. I think I dodged a bullet there. Also, welcome back. No, we just talked about this. We can't. We're not allowed to. There's a representative here. Oh, I can upgrade these. Wow, you gained XP real quick, my arcane man. Banana smoothies. Uh-oh. We've entered into a discourse. Honestly, I'm playing a game all about monkeys. And I'm sure their opinion of bananas is, a little worse than ours. Not anymore! Oh, boy. Gas! Really threatened? Trust me, though. Ask any of these monkeys what they think of bananas. They might have a, much more extreme opinion than any of us would. I bought the wrong upgrade. There we go. Burn! But I think we can all agree that balloons suck. You'd rather not talk to the monkeys. I think we can all agree that balloons suck, though. Oh. In context, that's brutal. That is actually brutal. Is it though? Is it though? Detached from the tree, left in a human's kitchen to rot and die? Is that better? I'm sorry, I just thought of a really old meme. Let's do the fork in the garbage disposal. Let's put the banana in the garbage disposal. And feed them to... Jeez. What is your vendetta against bananas? Violencia. That's Spanish for violence. Dead than alive. Well, how do you know they're not dead when they're picked off the tree? Or near death? At least they live for a bit. Fair. How do we come across this topic of conversation? Every time I look over, it's a new development to the war crime. Oh my gosh. Poor bananas. Man, I feel bad for bananas now. It's a good thing the most I've had banana-wise is banana bread. Banana lives matter. Banana lives matter. I got insta-killed. Oh boy. And then blend them into paste? Well, I mean, if we're talking anatomically about bananas, it is the fruit of the plant. And I don't know if you've seen banana consistency before, but it can be pretty liquidy. That's how you make smoothies. Gonna need to try a bit. Hello, I am Dr. Fruity. Banana Fruity. First name Banana. Today we are doing self-experimentation. I will be severing the lower half of my body, placing it in a blender, and trying it. And you just get the, what is it, the femur breaker audio, because he cuts off his lower half. And then tries the banana smoothie, he's like, this is good. Ooh, Shimmer, I love that upgrade. Necromancy for the win. Maybe they can maybe he can resurrect the bananas and they can have a undead banana uprising. It's like that girl in front of a burning building with the smile on her face, but it's bananas instead. Oh dear. In a different way. I can imagine William Wallace, but as a banana. Like full-on Braveheart reenactment. Say worse, but not get bad. We place limits on these things. I think we've had enough violence for one day. Enough banana-related violence. Oh, I'm sure. My example of creativity is like bare minimum. We start throwing creative insults in there, and creative bouts of violence. You could write a whole story. Literally. Why did I lose lives? Why do I have 62 lives? Did one of the balloons come by and backstab me? I played enough TF2 to know that spies suck, man. When did they add spy balloons? I bought the wrong upgrade again. I feel like at this point, because I'm starting to get my towers back and like fully upgraded, I'm staring at the map like like a wartime general, thinking about my strategies. Oh my god. Geneva suggestion, first off, and depends on who you ask. If you ask the representative of the Banana Republic, yes. If you ask literally anybody else, no. Yeah. A suggestion. You know, even with all this talk of banana murder and listening to excessive amounts of balloons pop, this music is a bop. This music is an absolute bop. True. Murder would be one. Genocide is multiple. The Minecraft soundtrack on it? Fair enough. I did, and I bring it up because it's my biggest example. I did a challenge stream like a month back where I tried to beat Minecraft but dumping my inventory every 15 minutes, which was a mistake. It was a mistake. I should have never played Minecraft for that long. No, well, no. Never mind what we're doing right now. What is mine? I'm sitting here playing Bloons TD6, chatting with people about banana murder. Anyway, what was I saying? Right, so I did that stream, and I had some cool Minecraft remixes going on in the background, which was the only saving grace to the torture that was that Minecraft stream, which I still need to edit. 9 hours of hell. Would I do it again? Huh, no. Am I asking too many questions? That's rhetorical. Seriously, when did I lose lives? I'm so confused. Is this a question for the floor? My answer to that would be spiders. Spiders are cool. I apologize to anybody who has arachnophobia, but spiders are cool. They kill all the bugs I hate. Sad. Is it oh, snakes are cool. Is it a scary kind of hate, like you're scared of them? Or is it more of a you just hate their existence kind of hate? Because I know the difference between the two. Okay, scary kind of hate. No, I just like spiders. I've had occasional spiders who have lived. It could be both. I've had occasional spiders who've taken up residence in like the corner of my room on occasion. Usually it's in the summer, and normally I'll get like mosquitoes and gnats and other stuff that somehow weasels its way into my room or into the house. But when there's a spider in the corner, nothing happens. Nothing gets in because the spider catches them all. Though we've had some horror stories with spiders before. I obviously won't go into excessive detail because, yeah, that's what we call a trigger for people with arachnophobia. But you guys have a pet spider because you had a big problem? They're fantastic for getting rid of insects. They are so helpful for that. That's huge, man. And I have what is it called? I think it's entomophobia, which is just fear of insects in general. Pretty bad. To the point where I visibly freeze if there's any sort of flying insect like a fly or bee. I know that flies can't harm me, but I will lock up in place if they start buzzing near me. It sucks. And spiders kill them all. They get rid of them. So why would I be in fear of the thing that kills the things that I am in fear of? Though I make an exception for moths because moths are awesome. They do have a tendency to eat through clothes. So does your dog. I once had a thought of, yeah, this may sound like utter insanity, but I once had a thought of getting a pet tarantula when I was much younger. But the one downside to a tarantula is it's not cute. For people who actually really love spiders, I hate to be that guy. They're cool. They do a lot of awesome things. They're not adorable. I'm sorry, they're not. I like spiders. They're not cute. They are not. They're still 8-legged arachnids with multiple eyes. Got out of its cage one day. Never seen a task again. The main thing I think was what was it? The main thing I think that would probably turn me away from actually getting a tarantula is they have what's called urticating hairs. Which, if you don't know what urticating hairs are, it's essentially they can essentially like pull hairs off of their body or shoot them out, and it can get very irritating and get everywhere, and it sucks. it's like shedding, but shedding barbed wire. But they're very docile most of the time. I wouldn't say they're like dogs. They're a bit slower than that. Not all, though. True. Not all. Oh, is it a New World thing? I know there's different species of tarantulas. The ones that I tend to pay attention to most often are usually New World tarantulas. But it's a quote unquote exotic pet, and I don't know enough about it to truly like take care of one. To be blatantly honest, I'd rather have a cat or a dog. I'm very simple like that, but I would. I've had cats and dogs. African species don't have them. Then that takes away that major downside. Good to know, good to know. Big shocker. They are such a pain from what I've heard, though. A Goliath bird eater? Dang! Those things are huge. Those are what people generally pick as, I think, examples of big spiders that you can have as pets. They're cool. They're really cool. But yeah, foxes are a lot of work. I know that, researchers in Russia over the past couple of decades have been trying to domesticate them. And they're not truly domesticated. But, what was it? Someone once said, a fox is like dog hardware with cat software and a dolphin sound box. And that could not be more correct. They are awesome, though. It's just, we're not at the point where we've domesticated. I know, we're humans. We take advantage of literally everything. So the moral question of should we not domesticate foxes is kind of out of the question. Scorpions more than spiders. 2 scorpions! Nice. I do think that scorpions are also really cool. But yeah, the question of whether or not we should domesticate foxes is sort of out of the question. It's just like, they're a pain in the ass to take care of. Because they're an exotic pet. And yeah, you actually can own a fox pretty much everywhere. There's a couple areas in the US where they don't allow it. But quite a few countries globally just don't care. As long as you can register it and still call it a pet and take care of it. But it is a pain in the ass. That's why people usually gravitate towards cats, dogs, and birds, because there is well-documented, like, proper procedure for what you need to take care of them, and you can ask other people very easily. And you get first-hand experience. With foxes, it's way more exotic. But hey, one day, maybe it'll become the 4th or 5th, I don't know how many, like, mainstream pets you would really consider. But maybe it would become that. Make sure you can take care of the fox. Right. If we're talking exotic pets, though, I think a fox would be super duper interactive, and that would be a wonderful time. But if I was gonna chill out and like not get a cat, I know this thing is so commonly spoken about on the internet, but you just can't not love it. Dude, imagine having a capybara. Imagine having a capybara. I would so be down for that. They are just the best. They don't give a shit about anything. And they're big and they're cuddly and they're friendly and they're weird and they look like rodents, but they're awesome and adorable and they go for swims. I would want a capybara so bad. But they're probably even more of a pain to take care of. Because they're just big guinea pigs with less energy. If anyone's seen, what is it, Urban Rescue Ranch on YouTube, he's a guy who takes care of all different animals, and he obviously takes the piss out of it. A dead leaf mantis. Nice. He obviously takes the piss out of it. Like, he names all his pets different things. Like, he has a kangaroo named the Baby. He has 2 capybaras named Quandale Dingle and Gort. But he generally cares for his animals, and those 2 capybaras he has are adorable, and I want them. Hang on, I want to look up dead leaf mantis. I know a couple mantis breeds. Not breeds, species. They're not breeds. I want to see what a dead leaf mantis looks like. Oh, I've seen that before. Yeah, it's got the rear carapace that looks like a dead leaf. That's cool. Honestly, bug enjoyers rejoice. There's so much variety. What's that one that people are all over because it looks like a flower? Hold on. Oh, I'm not paying attention, and I'm gonna die again. I'm so busy talking about exotic pets. Is it the orchid? I think so. It looks really crazy. It might be the no, it's not the orchid. That is a really, really pretty bug, though. Hold on, I'm looking up mantis species now. I have become so sidetracked from my original mission. They're big. Whatever I'm thinking of, they are big. African mantis. Oh yeah, I saw I think I saw an African mantis at one point. Oh, no worries, no worries. Hey, I'm not more important than anything you have to do. Trust me, I'm only here to play games. It's as big as your fingertip. Like the whole finger? Or just tiny? Oh no, it's tiny, never mind. But what was I saying? I saw an African mantis at one point. One of my parents was getting a tattoo when I was younger. And at the tattoo parlor, there was like an open door to the outside. And there was a full-on, like, green, big old African mantis. Just hanging out. And that was the first time I think I had ever seen one. It might be the ghost mantis. Hang on. Spiny flower. Budwing. It's got a name. I just don't remember what it is. It's from this video where there's like 5 different species of mantis, all just posing. Ghost mantis. Yeah, I just saw the Chinese mantis. Why do bugs look really interesting? I know that it's like sexual dimorphism and speciation and all these things. But they're just really, really weird. I would assume so. We brought up bugs and you have a lot of crippling addiction. We have a lot of information for it. Half your leg tall? Dear God. Okay, I think mantises are awesome, but oh God. That's big. Hold on, I'm looking up that video while I'm playing. Chinese mantis for sure. Okay, I found the video. Let's see. I want to see if they mentioned the breed. It's from Insect House. Oh, you were in Turkey at the time. The video in question is from Insect House TV, who does a lot of bug videos. Like he's had very big what are they called? They're really pretty. The huge moths just land on his face. Because I think he's a bug keeper. Let's see. I hope someone in the comments is like, oh, that's what their breeds are. Someone said the green mantis skin is free, while the others are paid DLC. That's great. Let's see. Oh well, I'll look it up later. But yeah, it is legitimately like the character select. Mantises are like the character select screen, and they all have different skins. And it's just choose your fighter, and that's how they've developed. It looks like. I know it's camouflage, and some of it is sexual dimorphism. I know enough about biology to get by. Not to an extensive degree, but to some degree. Ooh, Devil Flower Mantis. Didn't we just discuss that a little bit? I think we did. We were talking about bananas, and now we're talking about mantises. Honestly, this is how most of my discussions genuinely go. Both IRL and like online. I don't know, it's fun to talk about cool topics like this. You know, while I'm playing Balloon Pop game. You never expect to talk about the things that you do when playing certain video games, but here we are. I've had deep philosophical discussions while playing, like, Stick Fight. And honestly, that's just part of the fun. Because after a while, the game, I say this so much, why am I a broken record? The game gets repetitive after a little bit, and you start just divulging different information. Can't even run, oh my! Ooh. Yeah, when you said cash register, now I get it. Now I get it. Stick Fight's not that intensive a game. It's like less than 100 megs. That's brutal. I love Stick Fight though. My friends and I found a new variant of that. That we decided to mod called Rounds, which is like Stick Fight, but instead of collecting weapons while you play, it's essentially a card-based thing where you get upgrades as you go, and it's really fun. Spider Heck is another good one. All right, adding that to the list of other stuff. Spider Heck. What the heck is this? Oh, you said you didn't like spiders. Scorpions are tail. Oh, tailless whip scorpions! I know what those are! Xerxes and I'm sick. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Hey, you know, if it's on your mind. Oh, IRL spiders. Hey, no, I know there's people with arachnophobia who can't even play video games with spiders. There was one YouTuber who I watched back in the day called Official Nerd Cubed, whose real name is Daniel. And if anyone ever has played Limbo, there is a very big spider in that he actually could not deal with because it was too scary. And then he played Bloodborne, and the spiders in Bloodborne freaked him out too. So, there's some people with arachnophobia that it is severe. It is severe to an extent. Also, Xerxes and Napoleon are awesome names. Those are some sick names. Octopus. Fitting. Honestly, if I get a pet, like because pretty much every pet that I've had, I haven't owned. It's been taken care of by my parents, and I've just lived with my parents. Right now, we only have one dog, but we used to have 5, not 5 dogs. We used to have 5 pets. And I don't know, when I eventually get a pet of my own, I don't know if I'm gonna name it something like funny, something normal, or something historical. I feel like I lean towards more historical stuff because that would be fun. As is normal for someone, John. I think, okay, I played Minecraft on Monday, and a viewer came in and asked me what I would name my cat, like in Minecraft, and I had the same question. Historical or fair, yeah. And and the same question was asked, and you know what name came up? George. I should name a cat George and a dog John. They will get so much tail. No, not of the jungle. Not of the I'm gonna die. Try again. Dr. Tom, because you got him from the hospital. I think how many levels left is 7. 7. I've done 7. To give you some perspective. What was I saying? I think first pet I get will probably be a cat. Yeah, Oof is right. I just realized I didn't use a damage tower as my first tower. What am I doing with my life? All right. Okay, now I'm placing... Nope, I can't... Nope, that's the wrong tower. I'm thinking about what I'm going to say about cats and not placing the correct tower down. Because I want to talk about cats. I have failed my own brain. I have failed myself. Okay. Right, so in the future... Now that I'm back on topic, I think first pet I'm gonna get is probably gonna be a cat. And as someone my age, as is normal, I'm very into ancient Rome. I know, shock. But it would probably be cool to name it after like a Roman emperor or something. I don't know, sounds like a good idea. Maybe Nero? To introduce some fate brain rot in there as well. I feel like that would be a good name. It would have to be a blah. A cat with dark fur though. Cashmere. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Also, that's adorable. No. Oh, okay. Oh, right, past tense. Past tense versus present tense. I can't believe I've been playing this for like almost 4 hours. But the discussions have been really fun, so... Casimire. Okay. I always want to make sure that I'm getting stuff right because at one point I wanted to be a linguist, or I wanted a linguistic degree, which I technically have a language degree, so close enough. But I've always had an interest in like pronunciation things. To give you an example for English. On the periodic table, there is... I think I mentioned this in my Bioshock stream. But there's an element that everyone knows. We use it for cans. We use it to build cars. It's aluminum. At least that's what most English speakers will call it. Most. in the West. However, because of where it's placed on the periodic table, it's part of the iums, which are types of metals. So it's not aluminum, it's aluminium. We just screwed up the pronunciation when we took it to the States. So now we're stuck with it. Everybody else pronounces it aluminium, even the Brits who pronounce it aluminium. But nope, aluminum. And I've always found that kind of a pain. Hard to differentiate the two, honestly, but... Sorry, my eye's burning. But yeah, like, I'm not a stickler for pronunciation per se, but I try to get it right most of the time. Aluminum. Right? Exactly. We don't do it wrong. Everyone else gets it wrong. But it is supposed to be aluminium, because other metals on the periodic table, like neodymium, dysprosium, germanium, gallium, they're all iums. It's just aluminum that's wrong. And I will bring up that example a lot because it pisses me off. Damned chemists. Damned American chemists. Get your names right. Wish you moved to Australia or something, not America. Yeah. As someone who was born and raised and lived in America for pretty much my entire life, it is not a horrible place to learn English, but it's also not great either. It's the one country in the world, it's the one English-speaking country in the world where if you don't speak English, you are ostracized. I'm sure it's not great in Britain either, but at least they're a bit more open. And Australia does not care. I do love Australia. Australia. There's so much good that comes out of Australia. Oh, pretty thick accent? Honestly, I respect accents. It can be hard to understand sometimes for someone who has only known English like myself. But it shows your heritage. I feel like if you have an accent, you never really should lose it. Screw everyone who says differently. Oh, if you're gonna live in America, you should lose the accent. You should be more. Shut the fuck up. Language is cool. Let people speak the way they want to speak. If you can understand them, what good does it make to fix their pronunciation of stuff? Right? Yeah. I've talked with people with accents pretty much all the time since I moved to where I am right now. And like, accents are cool. Accents are so cool. I'm so used to hearing the stock standard dumb English all the time that listening to people speak in different accents is awesome. It makes the language sound so much better than it is. It's genuinely amazing. You make your own sticks with the machine. Hey, that actually is amazing. That is actually really cool. That's inventive, if nothing else. Meanwhile, everyone else buys packs. I should upgrade stuff, and I've lost again. Okay. I have realized a mistake. The mistake is I'm not paying attention to the game enough anymore. Where I actually can't pass the levels. I have realized the fault in my gameplay, and it's that I'm getting to a point where it's becoming difficult. So here's the plan. I'm going to switch over to my chatting screen for like 20 minutes, round out the stream to about 4 hours, because we're having a bunch of fun chatting. So I'll hop on over, and we will continue from where we left off. I will say goodbye to BTD6. I may return. But for now, I physically cannot focus on the game enough. So let's hop over. Oh no, my chat reset. Ah, well. Well, it was fun while it lasted. I'm amazed I got as far as I did. And now we get to listen to some different BGM. Thank you! That was one of the first things I did when I when I started doing stream assets, is I created a transition. But now we get to hang out a little bit. I usually don't do this. I usually just kind of cap the stream off, but I don't know, we're having such good conversations, I thought I'd extend it out a little bit. Sorry, I'm vibing with the music too much. I picked this this BGM. Getting another snake today. Ooh, I'm interested in that. Snakes are really awesome as well. People say that because snakes, you know, are quote unquote not mammals, you can't tell their mood, but they do. They do tell you pretty much everything, as much as any other pet would. Like I saw a YouTube short a while back. Aphrodite, awesome! I saw a YouTube short a while back of someone going over like how they take care of their snake. And what was it? He was essentially saying how his snake, she would move into the back of his tank and like crawl on the wires because there was a certain spot that she liked. So he cleaned out the enclosure and put a rock in the corner. Put a rock in the corner to like move it up to the same level so that she could experience the same temperature. And the moment that he put her back in the enclosure, she moved right to that spot like he thought. Which was exactly what he was expecting. So snakes do talk. Snakes do talk. They just don't talk with expressions. They talk with movements. I feel like a snake would be a really interesting pet to take care of. I've never really looked into it myself. He had no fangs. Oh, so he was just a gum biter. Oh, that's fun. But yeah, I feel like snakes would be interesting pet to take care of. I'm sure that that y'all in chat can vouch that it's a fun experience if nothing else. It's different. Pets are like those kinds of pets are different. Everyone's so used to cats and dogs that they don't branch out, and birds. One of my best friends owned a bird for a long time. I would know because every time that we played games together, you would just hear ah, 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 all on the mic because it just never shut up. But yeah, exotic pets are their own experience. Eyelash viper, neat. It's what a good excuse. What a good excuse. This is my bird. His name's Jeff. Fuck you, Jeffrey. You know what? Go away. Birds can be fickle. Birds can be sons of bitches, from what I've heard. They're either really friendly, well, parrots usually. Parrots and parakeets. He took his last fight. They can be really friendly and very talkative, or they can be loud, obnoxious, constantly in your face, flying around all over the place. But that's true for any pet. You can have a dog that is just a barrel of fun, or you can have a dog that bites the mailman every time he shows up at the door. It's more about the owner than it is the pet. Sometimes it's pet demeanor, but a lot of the times it can be demeanor. My dad works as a delivery guy, and he has a lot of dogs on his route, and a lot of them he's best friends with. And then there's dogs that nearly took his leg off while he's been working that job. So I don't know who needs to be chastised for that one, but it's definitely not my dad. That's for sure. But as is true with everything, pet preferences are subjective. Barking your dog gives you dirty looks. Apparently, dogs can understand both bark speak and human speak, regardless of language. So if he's giving you dirty looks, something's up. He either wants to go to Fightsville, or he's getting your insults straight on you. Many upset side eyes. Dogs can have some serious sass. The dog that my parents own right now, entire literature, yeah. The dog that my parents own right now, she is a pit bull mix, and regardless of what anyone thinks, pit bulls are some of the most lovable dogs ever. But she doesn't know her own strength because she's a big dog. She has smacked my dad in the face so many times when he wakes up. Like, he's had scratches on his face because she's trying to like hug him and get to his face, and she just goes bah, just right in the face. And he'll have scratches to the nines. It's a funny experience. Right now we're having to overhated and underrated. Now that we've actually owned one, they're adorable. She's having knee problems right now, so we have to take her to the vet for a bit. Nothing major, just like probably a torn ligament or something, which is common. But she's perfectly healthy. She's only like 3. I hate that situation. We had 2 dogs that we bought when I had 5 pets, and then the pit bull that we have now, she's a rescue. And it was probably the most coincidentally great decision my parents ever made, because they had no pets for like a month and a half, and I was like, try to live without pets. You guys are so stuck inside all the time, and we never go on vacation, and we never go to parks because you're always taking care of the animals. And my mom goes, all right, I'll stick it out for as long as I can. She lasted a month and a half, which is more than I would have expected. But we all came to the decision that we wanted to get another pet, and we got a pit bull, and she's adorable, and we love her. And my mom's still stuck inside again. She actually did get a job, so she's busier than she was. But taking care of 1 pet is easier than taking care of 5. So that's the nice bonus to that whole story. But yeah, in the future, I think it would be good for me to get a pet of my own, because that way I can take care of not only myself, but something else. A pocket pit bull? Is that just a small pit bull? I would assume so, right? I've never heard that term before. Ah, okay, yeah. I'm sure it's just as adorable. They have a very interesting temperament. Because they're terriers. Pit bulls are terriers, so they're usually very active and very friendly. It's the fighting rings that suck. Teacup dogs. Oh, I've heard that term before. They might not be one and the same though. I don't know. I don't know much about dog breeds other than the dogs that I've owned. Well, not I've owned, my family has owned. We've had small dogs, we've had big dogs. We've had a bunch of different breeds, and they've all been very friendly, because I'd say my parents are good owners, and thankfully the dogs were had very good temperament. But I definitely miss my cats more. We had 3 cats. And 1 cat was very attached to me, and I miss him dearly. But he's been quite a time away, so. Oh, paraplegic. I hope you take good care of them. All dogs, regardless of their situation, deserve love. Oh! A crazy cat building, I would assume. I've always seen that as interesting, because my parents have owned 5 pets. I cannot mentally comprehend the amount of cats that some people own. It is absurd. Unless you're like a proper someone who owns multiple pets for the sake of like either conservation if you're a nature conserver, or you know, someone who breeds them or like gives them away or adopts them or etc. Yeah, bugs are small. But I could never conceptualize having like 10 to 20 cats or more. That just seems ridiculous. But I've heard cats are easy. So, I mean, you would spend a fortune on food. But it's not like dogs where they would eat the entire house. So, a fluffy cow? No. Never seen a fluffy cow. Hang on. I may have never seen a fluffy cow, but the internet will tell me what they are. Let's see. Look at that cute little thing. Oh, when it gets older, it looks like a normal cow, though. But the baby version is so adorable. Oh, that's great. Still want to eat it. I think that's just a thing with cute animals. There's this weird human compulsion, like I want to eat this thing. That's adorable, though. I would assume they're not. Are they raised as livestock? Or are they pets? I would hope they're pets. The Highland cow is especially famous for its long emo hair hanging over its forehead. Well, it's a different kind of eat. It's a different kind of eat. In this case, it's so cute you want to eat it up. In the banana case, banana. But apparently they're called Highland cows. Oh no, they're not called Highland cows. It's just a different breed. But oh my god, Highland cows. That looks like someone who just came out of the 2000s scene back when metalcore was huge. Right? I posted on my Twitter, what was it, yesterday, I think? I found a video of a girl at, I think it's a zoo, and a penguin runs from off screen is the most adorable thing I've ever seen in my life. I love penguins. I just like cute animals, man. I think most people like cute. I think it's hard to not like cute animals, you know? I think there's something to be said about someone if they don't like cute animals. Probably sociopath. But yeah, they're like animals are adorable. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sad about the fact that I will be receiving a bunch of fox pics. Oh no, whatever shall I do? Venezuela moth? I'm assuming it looks like Venomoth based on what you just said. I love moths. I should know about this one. Venezuela moth. Oh my god! It looks like a self moth, but even better! It's Frozmoth. That's the Pokemon. Unsolicited fox pics. Hey, that's better. Let's be honest here. What a fantastic time. Oh, that's the design right there. That's the Venezuela moth. I did not know. That's my favorite moth now. That's my favorite moth now. 100%. Oh, that's adorable. Rosy apple moth. All right, now we're just on a trip of looking up cute animals now. Oh, that's pretty. Why is it so vibrant? What chromatism in that thing's... what is it called? It's not fur, essentially. I forget the exact name of it, but that is crazy. Uh-oh. Oh my god! I've seen that video! Is that Finnegan? I think that's Finnegan. I think I know that fox from the viral videos. That might be from the conservatory. I might actually know that one. Oh, foxes are great. Now we're just talking about cute animals. How far the stream has come. That looks like a log. That looks like it is disguising as a twig. That is sick. Fluffy moths are awesome. Though, here's the thing, right? Oh my god, I see it. I see it. That's adorable. What was I saying? There's one really dark thing about probably the most adorable moth species, which we've domesticated, which is why it's like that. Oh, there's another one. The silk moth, which is the obviously the metamorphosed version of a silkworm. Maybe not, but he'll say, yeah. I will never turn away from fox pics. So don't worry. I will never say no to foxes. Anyway. The dark story of a silk moth is once they turn into moths, they're the most adorable things in the world. Yeah, and they can't eat. So they just starve to death. They last for about a week. We've created them. We've created silk moths that just can't eat. But they're adorable, and it's a shame that they just die. Well, hey, we get silk out of it. Why must all adorable things die? But yeah, the Venezuela moth, I think, is just the silk moth, but cooler. Oh, green vine snake. Hold on. Oh, that's awesome. That straight up looks like an emerald. His name was Gramp. Great. That looks like someone carved that snake out of emerald. That is beautiful. Why are animals cool as hell? You've watched 5 out of the 10 hours of Minecraft music this video has. I just have the shortened version by Game Chops. Which, if you've never heard of Game Chops, go see them. They do great video game remixes, royalty-free, so your stream doesn't get DMCA'd. But yeah, why are animals so cool, man? Nature's awesome. I keep looking back over at that fox gif. It's too adorable. He keeps pooping the screen. Alright, enough of that. Tons of stuff in a bit. Oh dear. Okay. Well, on that note, I believe... What time is it? Oh yeah, okay. I believe that this is a good place to stop, at least streaming-wise. I've had a wonderful time chatting with everybody. Thank you so much for the follow. It was wonderful talking with you today. I've had a wonderful time today, so I think this is a good place to call it for now. I have had an absolute blast, and you know, BTD6 didn't go as well. BTD6 didn't go as well as I thought. Yeah, long stream today, ain't it? But I think it's time to close off. So, for those who came during the stream, thank you so much. It's wonderful to chat. For those who are watching the VOD, hi, good to see you as well. I'm sorry for my gameplay. On the weekend, on Friday, Saturday, I will be playing more of the 2008 Dead Space because the remake doesn't work. So I will catch you then. But for now, I must retreat into my hidey hole and potentially work on stuff if I can stay up for long. Shh. But that's it for me. So thank y'all for stopping by. I hope you had fun. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye.